Gather around, we got no gods to please. Saturday night, no sermons, just ease. Discussions flow like midnight breeze. No prophets here, just minds to tease. We talk big bangs and evolution. Question faith with our solution. Stars align in our confusion. Breaking free from old illusion. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laugh at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers. Open hearts and swift deceivers. Make your stand, no hidden levers. Raise your glass to reason's thrill. No ancient text, it's our own will. Debate till dawn, feel golden chill. Saturday night, we've got the skill. Echoes of a godless choir. Like the world, we spark the fire. Free thought mindset to inspire. No holy walls to take us higher. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laughs at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers.
Greetings. Welcome to the Captive Desk, hosting another night of Saturday Night at the Atheists. And we have our friendly panel of atheists joining us. We have Brainless here. Hello.
Hello.
We have Simos. Hello, Simos.
Hello.
And we have Mike. Hello, Mike.
Hello. Hello.
And we have Scott joining us as well. Hello.
Hey there. I think Mike spilled some paprika or something on his map.
It is
Actually, that's my brain. That's a map of my brain.
That explains a lot, actually.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. So I thought I'd.
Oh, there it is. We can see it now.
Yeah, you can see it now. Yep.
It's all labelled.
There it is.
And
I would share.
And I'm sporting my new gear. Everybody see my Bigfoot shirt here. Cryptic Corner. This is from Breeze Channel, Hive Sci. And there's a link in the description if you want to get yourself a really cool Bigfoot shirt or a Mothman or a Jersey Devil. And she's got other stuff there too. Check out the merch store. I've got a link in the description and, help Bree out. All right. It's a really cool shirt. It's nice shirt, soft.
They got pockets.
Is that from?
No pockets, but
No,
nice shirt.
can't do it. Can't do it. I gotta have it I gotta have a pocket for my nicotine lozenges. Otherwise, I don't play.
Well, ask her. We'll ask her if she can get a pocket option for you.
Pocket shirt.
Is it from Teespring?
I'm not sure.
Because like I'm currently wearing a Slim Cyborg T-shirt from Teespring, and Teespring just has the quality is also good. So that's the thing that I can say. Like, if it's sold through Teespring, hard to say that when you're not English. No, but then it's good shirts. But yeah. Yeah, of course. Support all the nice fucking people.
That's right. And, I'm a sucker for a Bigfoot shirt, right? I do not have enough of them already. I I've got another one. So, all hail
Good for you.
Bigfoot. All hail Bigfoot.
All hail Bigfoot.
I begin to suspect that you have a costume as well, Dave.
No, not yet. Few people have.
Not yet.
Actually, I went to the dentist on Halloween this past fall, and the receptionist lady there said, I half expected you to come in a Bigfoot costume.
There you go. I can
And I
imagine you
said-
going to some furry parties dressed as a Bigfoot.
Well, the nice ones are rather pricey, and
Yeah.
just for fun, that's an expensive gag. You know what I mean? So
Well,
Yeah.
if I fall into some fortune someday, I'll look into it.
But just think, if someone took a photograph of you in it round in your back garden, how much money you could make on tourism.
I'd be more worried about being mistaken for an orange deer and
Or shot. Yeah. for some reason.
Orange deer.
every
Oh,
year
yeah.
there's a couple of those orange deer that get shot,
Oh,
and
yeah. Yeah.
I always make a joke about it, even with an orange outfit on. Oops, right? So,
Yep.
Mhm.
We used to wear red outfits until they found out that they look exactly like the color of a deer's fur at about 5 p.m. And then they said, no, that's not a good idea. They're going to put you in
What was
orange.
it?
No
from now
shit,
on.
Sherlock.
yeah, they wore the red plaid, didn't they?
Could be worse.
Yeah, yeah. Well, no, just pure red is what I wore
Just
when I
pure-
started
all
out
red?
hunting. But then about 5 years later, somebody found out that, at sunset, you look exactly like a deer. I mean, it's the same color. It's just amazing.
It could be worse.
Well-
you could be dressed as a lawyer near Donald Rumsfeld, I guess.
Yeah, my dad would post us, and basically he'd have us on all line up on a road outside of a big ass swamp. Well, he'd sit on the other side with a 30-06, a high powered deer rifle, and he'd make us run through the woods and make noise and drive the deer. And he'd be sitting there aiming directly at us. But like I say, my dad had a lot of kids, so he didn't really, he could lose a few. Yeah.
One or two. Yeah.
He was
Yeah,
going
it
home
doesn't
with a
matter.
trophy, regardless.
Yeah.
Sounds
And they
like,
used to call us-
Urquhart. Fuck yeah.
They used to call us the dogs. They said, "Get the dogs." They meant go get the teenagers, right? get the dogs.
It was a different world back then in the 1890s.
Oh, I
wasn't
think
it?
so. Yeah, I think he would have been arrested for many times. Child services would have been called. Hey, Dave, I have to bail a little bit early tonight because I might get a chance to talk to Rebecca on Dessel Drace's channel later. So I may
Oh boy.
bail it around. I don't know. I need a little rest before I do that.
Okay.
Okay. I'll let you know.
And
In
all right,
private.
before we get going, I wanted to play this video so everybody can get a look. Joe's handling the Ark Protest this year.
Okay, so I thought of another protest chant, if you'll allow me.
Go ahead.
The Ark, it's just a lark. The Ark, it's just a lark. There you go.
There you go.
That's on the back of No Way, Noah. No way, Noah.
Yeah.
There's links in the description. There's fundraising links there. There's information, all Joe's information, and you can follow along at his channel for all the information. Joe and the Tri-State Thinkers and a bunch of other people are involved in getting it together this year. So trying to get the word out as much as possible. And now a lot of these people are tentative. Nothing's set in stone yet, but it looks like he's got a good lineup of people saying they want to come. Yeah. So, we're wishing him all the best and everything. And unfortunately, Joe's a little under the weather. He has a little one that's bringing home all the germs from school, it seems. Yep. And so if Joe, if you're out there, we hope you get better soon. He wasn't sounding very good last night, and I checked on him earlier, and he said, "Yeah, he feels like crap." So that's what you want to
take those little ones deer hunting, because. But rabid little raccoons is what they are.
There's going to be plenty more to come. So make sure if you don't know about it, then you're interested, check out the links in the description. And again, there's fundraising to fund the event and all that. If you can help out too there, much appreciated. And as well as everybody else's links are always in the description for our panel members here as well. And while you're down there, make sure you like and subscribe on my channel as well and spread it around to everybody else. Okay. And hello, everybody in the chat. We got Delicious Danish and Pixie. Hello, Pixie. Good to see you.
Hello.
And James. Hello, James. And we've got Demon Orb. Hello, Demon Orb.
Dorby. Hello.
All right. Good to see everybody. We always have the best folks here.
And I see a Delicious Danish. Hey, Linda.
And we've got Rochelle popping in. More coffee needed.
Scott has some rodents chewing through his wires. Why do rodents like wires in your car? I mean, they'll eat your spark plug wires.
That's actually quite simple, because the insulation contains fish oil.
Really?
That's why.
Yes.
Plus, I'm sure the wires make good material for the nest.
Well, Scott, give one of those fish
cases,
oil.
That's the case, but a lot of cables apparently have some kind of fish oil in it that attracts rodents and other creatures to eat it.
Did not know it. So, Scott, what you want to do is get one of those fish oil wires and hook it up to your 220 welder in your garage. Let them chew through that son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that just the little mouses running around, or mices, whatever, mice. They messed up the wiring for my pond lighting. I had it all stashed around, around the edge, and come out and some of the lights wouldn't be working, and you'd find a spot where they chewed right through it. And it's like, you dirty little. So I ended up putting mine inside of some tubing, like some regular tubing, and then I put split loom over the top of that too. So I've got like double layers on my wiring now, because it's not very thick wire, so a couple chews and it's done for. So all my stuff's double.
There is a specific cable that is not attracted to rodents and other creatures.
So 4 days ago, the cold is driving mice in. So a big fat mouse came in through the cat door somehow 4 days ago, and I have three cats, and he regrets his decision.
Yeah,
they've been chasing him for 4 days.
We got James joining us too. Hello, James.
Hey there, guys. Great to see all of you. I've spent the better part of today on live stream panels at new channels that I'm not familiar with, and had some great conversations. Somebody complimented me. They said that I'm doing better 20 versus 1, everybody surrounding the atheist, and then they mentioned some other people, Alex O'Connor, Drake, somebody else. You're like, James is taking it, man. So,
good.
Yeah,
good for you.
It was fun. Now we have Pixie Storms in the chat, and Pixie, true to their name, hard to spot, an exotic creature in the wild. You never know when they're going to pop up. When they do, it's a special occasion.
And BS Lewis is here.
Yeah.
And We have breaks the rules,
So
Yeah.
TK breaks the rules.
spreading the love, I guess.
Sure, TK breaks the rules. Joined a live panel. Was it last night? I think it was the Afro Atheists Esther's birthday, so she had a birthday stream,
Okay.
and she invited them to join. Questionable, but she made the decision, and they were not kind. They were not nice to Esther, and then Phil. I don't know if you know Phil, but he's co-host a lot for Esther, and Phil gets very, very angry, and did a lot of yelling, and so I was just kind of there for most of it. I made TK mad. They said I do not like that James guy, and I was mildly amused by that. So
Every knee will bow, and you will all confess He is Lord.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
Good
sure,
to know.
sure, bud, sure, bud.
Good to know.
yeah. Phil was raging. I'll admit that absolutely.
So tonight we have some Quran science. Of course, I'm always looking for this kind of stuff because that's what we like to talk about here. Mostly religion, science, debate, so to speak, right? And so Yusuf came up. Now, you might have seen Yusuf around. He gets around. But this came up because the title was Quranic Science that left atheists speechless. So, of course, there's all the keywords I'm looking for right there in that title,
Yeah.
So it came up. If you don't know about Yusuf, excuse me, he's got an interesting background. And you'll notice that he has a Texas accent because he's from Texas. His name is Yusuf Estes. I believe it's Estes. He was born Joseph Estes in Midlothian, Texas.
Scotland, that's Midlothian. But yeah,
Midlothian isn't too far from me.
Okay.
Texas could be anything. So they call them reverts, I think. They don't say converts. They say reverts.
Okay.
They've got to be special like that,
So Joseph, who is now Sheikh, however they pronounce it, Yusuf Estes, is an American Islamic preacher and chaplain from Texas. And this is from
he calls himself Sheikh.
Yeah.
Oh my word! We have a right pretentious wanker on our hands here.
Yeah, this is from the wiki page.
And they're not even English.
Oh my goodness!
He converted from Christianity. He used to be a Christian and a Christian preacher, and then he converted to Islam in '91. He served as a Muslim chaplain for the United States Bureau of Prisons during the 1990s, and good for him. And as a delegate to the United Nations World Peace Conference for Religious Leaders held at the UN in 2000. Estes
he wouldn't have been the first person to go to prison and get converted to Islam. He would have been the first person to actually voluntarily go to prison and get converted, but he certainly wouldn't have been the only person going to prison.
Prison is not a nice place, and any of the folks that do the prison stuff, you have to give it to them because it's, even visiting, it's not a pleasant place. So I try not to diss on anybody that's doing the prison thing. You know what I mean? So
it's going to be a long night then, Dave. I'm sorry, mate, but if this guy is about as much of a sheikh as Frank Zappa is,
well, hold on, we're not done yet.
I'm just saying. So, according to question tweezers, this guy's equal to it.
Yeah. So he was, speaking at the UN, guest presenter and keynote speaker for Islamic events, Islamic Personality of the Year at the Dubai International Holy Quran Awards Ceremony.
Holy shit.
Founder and president of Guide US TV, an internet and satellite TV channel, which broadcasts about Islam. in 2010 was a list of one of the most, or the top 500 most influential Muslims.
What's his science degree? His science degrees?
I don't think so. However,
oh my, straight in there.
He was denied entry into Singapore for having expressed views which were deemed by the Ministry of Home Affairs as unacceptable and contrary to the values of Singapore's multiracial and multi-religious society for advising Muslims against celebrating things like Christmas and Hanukkah, which goes against the Islamic faith. This was the basis used for the prevention of entry, alleging his divisive views breed intolerance and exclusivist practices that will damage social harmony and cause communities to drift apart. This is according to the Singapore Ministry of Home Affairs. This resulted in criticism as Estes planned to enter Singapore as a tourist and not as a speaker, but he was out of luck. So it sounds good, but then he's also controversial at the same time. But
Yeah,
there
no,
it
but
is. That's his wiki.
Why did he go into country as a tourist and not as a speaker? That must mean that he knows that he's not doing something that people like.
He's a little
But you're already
different.
shady.
He's a little different. And I came across the video, but while I was doing that, I also came across this short, and I found it interesting how he starts off saying something about himself, basically. On
his wiki, does it say what type of Muslim he is? Have a look. Is he Shia?
Isn't a Muslim in Texas kind of like a snowball in hell?
Or a snowball in Texas, even. I suppose it does snow in Texas.
Or in
from time to
Texas,
time.
yeah, exactly. Could have just done that.
Yeah. Sheikh. The fact he
Let's
calls
see.
himself Sheikh. That's what's still amusing me. Sheikh is like a ruler. It's lord, or it is king, I think. Their version.
Yeah, and that's not something you can call yourself out of the blue,
Well,
right?
you're born to it. You're born into it. It's a title.
Yeah.
I'm dying to meet
that was
this guy.
that was
so
the whole
he-
wiki. It's not on the wiki.
Okay. It doesn't
Well,
say.
I looked it up like on Gemini or something. The Sheikh thing. The community can kind of, I guess by consent, give you the title of Sheikh, whatever. But it's after you have to have studied and shown community, cultural or community wisdom for quite a number of years. So I don't know if somebody just self-adopted the term, or if a group of people, a legitimate group of people, gave him the title.
I thought you guys were saying shake and not chic. There's a difference.
I think
It's kind of like a root
both.
and root.
Here we go. It's soda pop, by the way.
Yeah, okay. Chic. Chic.
So-
Would have been a little clearer if you called them chic.
Yeah, I wanted to throw this little short on, so we'll listen to this short real quick, and we'll get some.
I am
opinion
dying to
here
meet
before we
this
start.
guy. I'm just, this
Yeah.
would be my first time. So.
Please make dua for me. I said, okay. He said, make dua, I can grow my beard. I said, I can't do that. He said, why? I said, that's shirk. He said, shirk? How is it shirk? Shirk means to make partners with Allah. You want me to make partners with Allah? He said, no, I just ask you to make dua that I want to grow my beard. Just make dua. Grow.
I assume he's talking about some kind of a prayer that's going to make his beard grow.
Grow my beard. I said, I can't. Because it is Allah who grows your beard, not you. But I will make dua that you quit cutting it off.
All right.
alhamdulillah. One brother, he said, yeah, but you know, my wife, she said, she really likes me to shave it off and keep it smooth. I said, you got to wonder about a woman who wants her husband to look like another woman.
Wow.
If you shave, you look like a woman.
Mother.
Now wait
Okay,
for the wait for the topper. Wait for the topper. Here we go.
Do you know they never invited me back to that community again?
The score for the community.
That's the short they have out about him.
He's a funny guy, isn't he? Yeah.
He has a personality. He does. He is unique. But yeah, you can tell that it's like where the viewpoint's coming from, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, with lines like that, I haven't seen lines like that since, I don't know. I mean, let me say, since, what's his name? Bernard Manning's. Anybody British in the country will know who that is. Actually, a Bernard Manning standard jokes, that is. One of his jokes was, I came home the other day and all the rats were running out the front door. I said, hello, the mother-in-law's over. That's the same standard of joke. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I can relate to that one.
So if you shave your face, you look like a woman, which I have a little on my chin here, but this is recent. Most of my life I shaved my face. I liked shaving. And I didn't have a full beard or anything, so I thought it would look kind of cheesy to have a patchy thing on my face, right?
Well, if you shave your face, you don't
just the face, Never mind.
You don't want to sit next to this guy on a bar stool if you shave your face, so might get groped.
So there's but see, where did he get it from? It doesn't really matter, because I think both religions tend to be a little sexist, just a little bit.
I think they're doing a 2-for-1 on Duo, though. Apparently, you can get a beard grown for you, and you can stop shaving if you just ask Allah. Apparently,
there you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I just
deal.
Yeah, I wanted to throw that in there just because I thought it was interesting that they would put out a video like that when he's basically saying, yeah, people don't like me when they invite me places. And then when I read the bio about the Singapore, I just got the same vibe. They're like, you know what, we just don't like you, right? So, but he is personable. I will give him that. And listening to it is fun to listen to. It's he's got a good little thing going, but he's got some Quran from the science from the Quran for us. My fault. I keep looking at the title. The title is Quranic Science. So
and they are so much more like that. Their science is correct.
Yeah,
they're so much more focused on that than the Christians. The Christians just say, no, science is incorrect. And the Quran is like, no, the Quran predicted it all.
And we've had, quite a few episodes hearing from Christian apologists, and we've heard from a few other folks mixed in there too. So we're going to give the Quran a shot as well, right? Because these are the claims that we like to look at, it's going to leave us speechless. Okay. So if you are an atheist, be forewarned, you're going to be speechless after watching. See, I'm already losing my speech. It's already affecting me. You will be speechless if you watch this. So, fair warning. Okay. If you dare to proceed, you may be left speechless. Okay. Hello, dog. How you doing?
The subject we're talking about now is going to be about science. And a lot of times people in the religion business don't want to go there. They don't want to talk about science because
they don't know fuck all about
it.
Could
mess up.
Right. Good plan.
That's why they don't want to go there.
I would advise that.
Sounds like a plan for them.
Well, he's got no fear, so don't worry. He's going to go there.
Yeah.
He's going to go there.
What they're trying to say. Some real obvious things happen when you get into science. Science basically meaning what? What are we talking about when we talk about science? We're talking about proving things with testable evidence.
Nope.
Nope.
Oh,
Go ahead, Mike. What's wrong with that?
The proving part is wrong with that. So he's already setting it up. You know, you can't prove it. Whatever. No, we have a hypothesis and we find supporting evidence and we believe it, but not absolutely or with absolute certainty, because that would impede the progress, right? That would make us close-minded like him. So, yep. So he's already setting it up.
Indeed.
okay. Anybody else?
Well, evidence. You know, it's the evidence is used in what's called an inductive argument, and therefore the conclusion is never going to be necessary. So proving implies that the answer or the justification is a necessary justification. That's never the case in science or in the case of induction.
Has he gotten to the speechless part? Because I'm not speaking, but don't feel speechless yet.
Well, brace yourself.
Can I use this term? Is that okay? I'm not trying to redefine anything, but will everybody accept proving something with testable evidence? Can I use that?
No.
We'll say that's
No, we already don't like that, but okay.
science, okay? All right. The first thing that happens in the religious business is there's not a whole lot you can prove.
Right. Science too. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
There's not. What are you going to prove? And I remember when I first came into Islam, I had no idea I was coming to Islam. I was trying to convert, remember that, a Muslim to be a Christian. And he said, I'll go to your religion. I said, great. He said, if your religion's better than my religion, he said, but you're going to have proof.
Oh, hang on. Is he saying that science is a religion here?
Yep.
Is that what he's trying to set up?
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
where
God,
to go.
this guy's as transparent as his religion. It really is.
Yeah. And I'm okay if they want to say that my science is my religion. I'm fine with that now. And it's like I'm beaten down to the point where I'm like, okay, it's a religion. I'm sorry. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Thank you. Yeah. Colloquially, we can sometimes use the word that way, but it isn't the first definition in the dictionary, is it? Let's face it.
I worship in the house of the science every morning for about 2 hours. So anyway,
The juror wants to know: are these the same people who want women to shave their and look? Well, you know,
I think so. Yeah. Yep.
Little bit there with the worried about what har is on there.
Yeah, don't start me on that. Don't
Very
start me
man
on
on
that
smooth-
subject.
Religion, by
Very men
the
on
way,
top of
that's
smooth
one of my
women.
degrees,
Yeah.
happens to be in theology. And for sure,
Not science. Then.
Religion-
Okay.
Yeah, theology degree.
One of his
science.
degrees.
There you go.
religion is not about proof. It's about faith. Faith. You got to have faith, like that. Not about proof. What's that?
I'm
What's that?
going to be non-speechless and say he's full of crap, because it's not about faith. It's about coming up with the most likely explanation based on evidence.
Yeah, it's furthest from faith as you're going to get in any kind of
it's not
serious
faith at all.
definition.
The man
What's he mean
is
by faith?
the man is ignorant. He's ignorant.
Yeah, ignorant, for sure. Also, I'd just like to also point out that when he says his degree is in theology and he knows it's all about faith, then why is he trying to say that there's science in the Quran?
Yeah, that's something that was
doesn't
pointed
make any sense, right? No, you're saying
no,
there is scientific evidence for the proof of proof of Allah, but yet you don't believe any of that, so you take it on faith.
that was brought up recently that it doesn't make any sense to try to make the scientific arguments. You should just say, you believe it, it's a miracle, it's my religion, and don't try to do what a lot of these creationists are doing and trying to put the science into it. They would be better off just drawing the line and saying, no, this is what we believe. We don't care what science says. But they're trying to, they can't resist. They got to, it's a losing battle, so to speak. So we got to try to pull some science in to say, no, see, we got the science on our side too.
Yeah. Before this guy gets going, I'd like to say something. When he comes on and he says science, he spits it out like it's a fucking dirty word, right? There's this thing about science being this thing in itself, right? And of course, a lot of scientists and a lot of philosophers of science will try to basically pull it away from everything else. But science is just an extension of the kind of knowledge that we normally get as human organisms, right? And it's a blurry line. I mean, there is no golden fucking calf of science out there that we can chip at. And when scientists do science, they actually do the work to figure things out about the world. And they're not sitting there thinking, I'm doing science. It's like they make too big a thing of it so that they can knock it down like their religion. So anyway, I just want to point that out. I'm really tired of that rhetoric.
Yeah, breaks the rules, says science is subject to reexamination. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the best part about it.
What they're trying to do is, set up the old folk story of, here are the experts of the day. Maybe back in Jesus' day, it was the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the priests. And they said this, they said that. Couldn't do anything about the demons, though. And here comes Jesus. He's going to take care of it. And he took care of it. Well, that's what they're doing with science. They're saying, well, science is, they're the leading minds of the day. And they say this, that, and the other. Well, we come along and here's what we're saying. And we're better than them.
And my magic is stronger than your magic.
It's a definite trope, a way of telling a folk story.
It's going to be the Quran knew these things before science did. That's what he's going to give us.
Yeah.
I said, faith is religion. He said, no. In Islam, we have both. I said, both? How can you have both? How can it be that you're going to tell me that you have faith and proof? How? And then I challenge him, are you going to tell me you can prove there's a God? Now stop and think. What kind of question did I just ask him? What? A man preaching a religion is asking somebody else to prove my point. I'm out here talking about God, right? I'm saying there's a God, right? Every preacher is saying there's a God. There's no religion on earth that will tell you, well, we're not real sure. We're just kind of like having fun with you today. No, there's God. There is.
Zen Buddhism.
Yeah.
It does exactly that, right?
But he does have a good thing going here. It is fun to listen to.
Yeah.
I see where he's going, the setup that he's leading to, but he gets the crowd going. You hear him laughing and everything and stuff. So he is apparently, now he's up there in age now, but for a lot of years I can see why he had a huge following.
God, is there any proof? And then the preacher themselves will go, no, there's no proof. How could I be asking him, can you prove it? I'm supposed to be a preacher. He said in Islam, it's absolutely provable, testable evidence. The science.
Here we go.
So it's not faith. He's just contradicted himself again.
It's going to be
what we're going to go back and forth.
Testable evidence.
Yeah,
yes.
Back and forth between this.
And the wording here is interesting because you'll see why.
Science starts right there. Where does science start in Islam? Immediately.
All right.
Where?
We're not going to beat around the bush then. Here it comes.
Immediately.
How do we perform
Prepare to
the
be speechless.
experiment?
Let me just...
You're already stuttering there, pretty much.
Here he comes.
Where's the proof? Huwalladhi khalaqa samawati wal ard. He's the one who created the heavens and the earth. Al-Khaliq. In Arabic, the creator. No scientist wants to start with that.
No.
And also, did they both not know that they're basically worshiping the same God? So if you prove one God, then you also proven the other God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, ultimately, it doesn't matter if you call your God by another name. If you only believe in a one God, then supposedly there's only the one God. So it doesn't really matter what name you call it, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but the Bible says there's multiple gods. So.
Well, that's the thing. It only makes sense if you start naming them, and that's why. Yeah, there's a lot of names floating around, and then you can follow all these things. And a lot of these names mean, they could come from other gods. Questionable, rather than why doesn't it just have a universal name? If there's only one God, you'd think everybody would have a universal name for it. So either way, yeah, ultimately they're praying to the one God, and that's what monotheists do.
Yeah. Also, just to say, Quran 1 verse 1 does not say that. What he just quoted, that's not the very first verse in the Quran.
Okay.
Say he's already taking liberties with and expecting that people will not know what the Quran actually says.
Well, and I'm just getting in the beginning there was God, right? Same thing from the Bible. It's just
that's pretty much how it begins.
Just stating that.
Let me just read it out because that was the thing. In the name of Allah, most compassionate, most merciful. All praise Allah, Lord of all worlds. There you go. That's 1, 2. So 1, 1. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, most merciful. It's very different to our Lord who built everything scientifically.
Is he offering the words he just said as proof? Or have we yet to get to the proof?
But
it's basically pre-supping that, okay, in the beginning, God.
So he's saying a book says something, therefore God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's not that. It's the book says that the person, whoever the book is talking about, created everything.
Yeah.
Therefore,
gotcha.
God.
And then you set up, there has to be a creator argument.
I guess. I mean, anyway, whatever. It's nothing to do with science so far.
Creator? No. Well, logical conclusion, testable evidence, go back to science. If there's a creation, there has to be a creator, yes or no?
Oh, boy.
Yes or no?
No.
Oh, boy.
The speechlessness is, how do you talk to somebody who can say such dumb things?
Something that stupid. Yeah. There has to be a creator.
I'm sure there's somebody out there maybe who is in education who knows how to sit a person like that down, adult education, maybe dealing with people with various degrees of damage to their neurons or something. Maybe can figure out how to talk to them. But I definitely don't know how to talk to somebody who says stuff that dumb.
We just got started.
I'm willing to learn how.
Don't be too harsh.
Yeah, I'm willing to learn how. I just don't know how to talk to people that dumb.
You're going to run out of adjectives real quick.
Using the rules of English.
Yeah.
No, yes or no? I just want to know that.
Yes or no?
If there's a creation, there's a creator, yes or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
So ask a scientist, isn't that true? If there's a creation, there's a creator? He'll say, no.
There we go. We're in agreement with science for some reason.
Well, and it's not a scientist either. Ask a philosopher, and he'll say no. There's a third option, right?
Right.
It's not just yes or no. There's a third option, right? If there's a creation, there could be an infinite regress of causes, in which case there's no There's not. Well, there could be a creator of the induction, but there's a third option. Could be no, there isn't one, but it does have a beginning. No, there isn't one, and there is no beginning. Or yes, there is one, and there is a beginning. Or yes, there is one, and it's an infinite regress.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not the automatic leap either. That even if there is a first cause, that you still have to prove it's your God. The first cause could just be another fundamental force that we don't know about, or something like that.
There you go.
It doesn't have to go right to the supernatural. Just it is a God of the gaps. It's something that's unknown. What sparked the Big Bang, or however you want to word it, right? Or what was before the Big Bang? It's a God of the gaps, isn't it?
Always going to the Big Bang. I've got a rock here, a little piece of granite, and it looks like a creation to me. And I think a volcano created it. But is that what you call the volcano the creator? So what does he mean by creator?
Yeah.
I mean, if there's granite, there must be a granitor.
Granitor, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that was the purpose of the tree to grow, so that there could be branches in my yard.
Oh, yeah, there must be a treer.
There must be a treer. Yeah.
Brancher.
Brancherer.
So why? He said there's no creation. Well,
and I wouldn't agree with that. Yeah, I wouldn't say they'd say that. You can call something a creation event without saying the same religious use of the word, right? I think that's where he's conflating it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is a creator? That's completely undefined.
Yeah. No, but also, like every time there's a thunderstorm, lightning is created.
Yep.
Who's doing that?
Zeus.
Every time there's an acorn, an oak tree is created, or not every time, but a lot of times. So,
Yep.
Does the acorn create the oak tree? I don't know.
Yeah.
Think so.
Does a creator necessarily have to have a mind?
Yeah, that's the point. That
and
they keep.
and we're doing it. It's a watchmaker argument, right? That's all this is.
Yeah.
If you don't know what the watchmaker is, it's if you're walking along and you find a watch on the ground, you're not going to assume that it just made itself. You're going to say, "Oh, somebody must have made this." That's the watchmaker argument. But it doesn't apply to biological arguments, because watches do not reproduce, basically, right? They're not making babies. So right there, the analogy falls apart.
So how old do you think this guy is?
Right now, he's like 80 years old.
Okay, then you're telling me there's hope. Okay.
what's this? What's what? What's in front of you? Don't you see anything? Now, if you go to philosophy, anybody know what's philosophy? What's philosophy? Oh.
What's philosophy?
Philosophy.
What it is?
Wait a minute. I'm gonna type it in the question in Copilot and see what happens.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Philosophy. I love it. I don't know who Phil is, but whoever he is, I love his last name, Ophi. Do you know Phil Ophi? He's lost.
It's Sophie. Phil is Irish.
Philosophy. Yeah.
Philosophy.
Phil and Sophie. Maybe it's Phil and Sophie.
Philosophy. Yes. Yes.
Stop the stupidity. Hello.
And his pronouns are they, them, right? Phil and Phil Sophie.
Philosophy is the profound pursuit of wisdom, a journey that beckons. Oh, that's just bullshit, Copilot.
Yeah, bullshit.
To explore the deepest questions about existence, knowledge, values, reason, mind, and language. At its essence, philosophy encourages us to critically examine the world and our place within it, challenging how that might be a better description of Western philosophy, but maybe a Western, but continental to me is just kind of a different. Never mind. Y'all just keep on talking. I'm going to ask our friend Copilot
like questions. The love of knowledge or something like that. Philosophy.
Love of wisdom.
Or no, it's a love of shooting your mouth off, I think.
Love of bullshitting.
Yeah.
That's History of the World with Mel Brooks, when he says, "I'm a stand-up philosopher," and be oh, dang it, what's her name? B. Arthur?
B. Arthur, yeah.
B. Arthur?
B. Arthur, yeah.
And she says, oh, you're a bullshit artist.
Yeah. Have you bullshitted this week?
Have you bullshitted this week? Did you try to bullshit?
You tried to bullshit. Brilliant.
I sometimes call it philosophistry or philosyphilis or philosylliness.
Hello, Geo Sam.
Hey, Geo.
Is this the tag argument thing? Probably. That's probably
it could be any number.
Yeah,
Could be any number of bad arguments right now.
Gotta be a creator. He's already starting with there has to be a creator, so we've already got that established.
Philosophy, my limited knowledge, right? But it seems to me philosophy is proving you don't exist anymore.
Well, yeah.
No, that's solipsism. That's
this is a good part here. This is a good part.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, proving you don't exist.
Because that's one of the things they ask you. Can you prove you exist?
Oh, that is
That's
funny.
philosophy for you, huh? I know.
Is that asking for you to hit them in the face? Yeah. If I don't exist,
Well, you heard the crowd rolling though, right? He's got the crowd going with him. He I got to give it. He's got a talent for that. But yeah, so philosophy is they ask you to prove that you don't exist or you do exist.
I don't.
Well, I think they've tackled that plenty with
Well,
I think therefore I am and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, and if you get into mereology and the whole thing about our bodies are replaced every 7 years or whatever, you can kind of prove you don't exist. But I don't think that's the whole point. I don't think that's why they named it philosophy.
Well, that's just a particular, what's to say? That's just a particular ism within philosophy.
Yeah,
solipsism. So it's not that interesting anyway, because like it also says things like, can you define a chair? What is a chair?
Yeah.
Try that one for size then. And it just goes to show that philosophy doesn't have concrete answers. So when he says prove, they ask you to prove something. That's not what philosophy does. Anyway, that's just a straw man of philosophy right there.
I don't want that.
But that is exactly what I expect from somebody who neither knows science nor philosophy. He's doing well.
He knows how to work the crowd. Like I say, he was or is. I'm not. Forgive me, sir. he is very popular. So
yeah, I'm sure. There can't be too many.
I think
can't be too many shakes down in Texas. Let's face it.
One of the things I'm not sure if it's channel or his page or whatever. One of the things I read has 5 million followers on it. So, yeah.
Are you sure? What if I walk up and smack you, and you go, "Hey, I don't exist."
Okay. So that's an argument by Dr. Johnson.
I don't like that deal.
Actually, that's an argument by Dr. Johnson.
Yeah.
1800s, I think. And he said,
somebody take that R word out of my chat there, and please don't use the R word in our chat. Thank you very much.
Where's it at?
Just
Who said it?
Who
did it?
That TK
about a dozen or so back there. Yeah, TP.
But I think it got filtered out, and it's only in the StreamYard comments.
Okay.
Oh.
But
please don't use that kind of language.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I warned him.
All right.
Yeah.
We're not here to name call. Okay. Everybody's welcome to throw their opinions, but we're not here to name call. Okay. All right. We're here to have some fun. All right. Try to kick back, have a little fun. Yeah, they're repeating it. Somebody take care of that person for us, please. We don't need a buzzkill here this evening.
Yeah, it's not in chat, Dave.
Okay.
Testable evidence. Is there a creation? Yes or no? Let's solve that tonight. It's hot up here. Excuse me.
Okay, there you go. Is there a creation?
Everybody's got your eyes open, right?
Do you believe?
Do you see anything around you?
Here it is.
Okay, then it's there. Can we accept that? If you see stuff in front of...
No, that's the point of solipsism. Because you can't prove it.
Yeah.
You can't know for certain.
Yeah, he was just asking.
What you're seeing isn't an imagination in your
that's what
imagination or in somebody else's imagination.
Yeah, that's what he was just saying about philosophy, that it's not really there, right?
Okay.
I think TK got tossed. I don't know. I can't see his comments anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
I tossed him. He should not be using the R word, and
he has been doubly tossed.
Himself.
I see.
Doubly tossed.
Two people timed them out. I believe those times do add up.
That's all we ask here is you got to be civil, right?
Yeah.
You can go so many places and do that crap.
Just
it's tiresome. We're done with
Yeah.
that. All right. We're here to have a good time. All right. So.
Of you, I'm going to say it's there, all right? And if you hear something, is anybody here right now you can't hear what I'm saying? No, that's a real stupid question, isn't it? Huh? Come on, think about it. If anybody here cannot hear me? Duh. So if you can see and you can hear, that's something, yes or no?
Well, can you prove that you are there, though?
what kind of person would go to hear him speak more than once?
Yeah.
That's the question I'm pondering.
Hello, Maya. How you doing? Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, hey, Maya.
Yeah, and appreciate the mods and everything taking care of stuff. Yeah, you know, we whatever you got to say is fine. Drop it in there, but no, none of that childish stuff. It's just, come on. We're supposed to be adults here, damn it.
What?
So we're going to use
Jess.
that for
How you
testable
doing?
evidence. Do you see anything? Yes.
All right, Jess.
You hear anything? Yes. Therefore, something is there. So it exists. Do you accept existence? Okay, I accept that. Now we want to talk about where did it come from? Well,
okay, that's another
everybody
step.
knows human beings came from monkeys. What?
There you go.
What?
There it is.
And Jess is also involved with the Ark Protest and everything, doing a lot of hard work helping Joe out. And we ran the commercial earlier there, Jess. If you missed it, we had it up here, and we'll play it again sometime tonight. So there you go. Guess where he's going with this?
We did. Okay, easy one for you. This easy. I'm not going to stretch your brain too hard. You're going to tell me we came from monkeys. How does it work? This is evolution. What is evolution? Evolution means something evolves. It's at one stage, and then it evolves to another stage.
Both circular
Whoa.
definitions. Straight away.
This one I've never heard before. This is a new definition. I'll give it to him. This is a new one.
Who's the imaginary friend he's talking to?
I think
It doesn't matter. He's just said, what's evolution? It's evolution.
yeah.
That's all he just said. It's just rubbish.
Jason,
the real one,
Broadway,
what's it,
anything-
changing allele frequencies over a population or something over time.
Anything that changes.
Hello,
I have
Jason.
to dip out for 2 minutes. I'll be back.
Okay.
Hmm.
And if I missed anybody, hello, and everybody else watching,
Well,
bunch
didn't he
of folks
say
are
that?
watching. Hello.
Hello. Didn't
Hello,
this
hello.
guy say that he was talking to a preacher or something in this imaginary conversation?
They're trying to convince one or the other to be the other religion.
Okay, so he's talking to a preacher who believes in evolution.
Yeah, I guess.
No, I think
It's a proof. It's a proof thing.
It's the Muslims believe that the Quran already predicted that there was evolution.
Okay.
Something like that.
Wait, what is it? 650. We'll bump it up. We'll bump it back just a little bit here.
Now that's a real stupid question, isn't it? Huh? Come on, think
Yeah,
about
it
it.
really is.
Anybody here cannot hear me? Duh. So if you can see and you can hear, that's something, yes or no? All right, so we're going to use that for testable evidence. Do you see anything? Yes. You hear anything? Yes. Therefore, something is there. So it exists. Do you accept existence? Okay, I accept that. Now we want to talk about where did it come from?
Okay, where did existence come from? Because you can see everything. So where did it come from?
Well, everybody knows human beings came from monkeys. What?
Okay, well, that's not everything. That's...
What?
Yeah, it was just where did everything come from, right? That was the question.
Yeah.
And then he says, well, everybody knows humans came from from evolution. It's like, well,
everybody knows that. And we all know that humans came from monkeys. No. They came from a common ancestor, right?
Yeah.
That potentially is in the clade of monkeys or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
We need Mike here to get
old
the,
world monkeys. Yeah.
Science, right.
But okay.
Everybody knows that.
We're going to jump right to evolution.
Why don't monkeys have another human today, Dave?
Why are there still monkeys?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, why are there still monkeys? Both very stupid questions.
Okay, easy one for you. This is easy.
Easy.
I'm not going to stretch your brain too hard.
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much.
You're going to tell me we came from monkeys. How does it work? This is evolution. What is evolution? Evolution means something evolves. It's at one stage, and then it evolves to another stage.
Okay.
By the way, most religions don't accept evolution.
No, I think they do. I think they do. Most.
I've looked this up, and the majority of the world's religions accept well-established science, which a theory would fall in. And Islam was down at the bottom, but Islam was 51, and I think we looked it up another time, and it was 52. So it's just over 50%. That's a slim, but, tiny majority that accept well-established science. So it's setting up the religion against science thing. And they'll also point out, too, though, most religions will say, hey, we were doing science a long time ago, right? The church built a observatory, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All the, oh, no, we were all in science, but when it's convenient, then all of a sudden science is the bad guy, right? It's cherry picking at another level, right?
Oh, yeah, and this guy will cherry pick. Oh, yes, he will. Does he want to explain the miracles in the Quran? No, he does not. Does he want to explain the things which just sound like science? Oh, yes, he does.
Yep.
Religions don't accept evolution. Evolving from this to this. They said there's this big mass, a rock, floating in space, and it blew up.
Big rock floating in space. And it blew up.
And the
that
best part
very
is
scientific. Let's face it.
I've got another video, maybe for another Saturday, where this other apologist explains he's explaining the Big Bang. Okay, he's saying a rock blew up. I've got another one coming, maybe, as I said, where he says there were two rocks that hit each other.
Brilliant.
And that was the Big
brilliant.
Bang. So the explanations for the Big Bang are becoming quite varied and interesting.
Yeah, and obviously that's science, right, in the Quran.
That's it. Yeah.
There was a rock and it blew up.
It blew up.
Yeah, I'd like to know which verse in the Quran that is.
What made it blow up? I don't know. When did it blow up? I don't know.
Well, if he's talking about the Big Bang, we know when it happened. It was about 14 billion years ago. So, haven't you seen the TV show?
Yeah, right.
They sing it to you. Pay attention, right?
How did it blow up? I don't know.
It didn't blow up. It expanded. We don't know why. They're trying to figure it out.
What was it before it was a rock? I don't know.
It was
in a very dense state, just like in the song.
There was no time that it was ever a rock. Okay.
It was basically, I don't know what you would call. I guess it was a field, a quantum field or something, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you can
Some
imagine
theories.
a star and stuff that's very, very dense, right? You just got to go further. It was just more and more dense, you know?
Maybe you could say it's
Even
just
denser than a flat earther.
Yeah, it's not even matter. You know, it's just.
And
That's right, because matter wasn't until
Quark-field.
some point after the expansion.
Well, Stephen Hawking described it as was energy just rolling unto itself like a rolling donut. And then it expanded. Now that's the question, basically, is what made that expand. And there's nothing in there that they can describe because they don't have the math or the understanding to do it.
It was an energy donut.
Yeah, an energy donut.
And that is straight out of The Simpsons that predicted that.
They did. They do everything.
But you're telling me evolution. So the rock must have come from something else. I don't know.
Oh, the rock. That was...
Okay.
It came from a pebble.
I think the new word I'm going to use to describe what he's saying is idiotic.
Yeah. So I think that we're talking about the Big Bang again.
Well, the rock exploded, and that's where people came from.
As soon as you mentioned rock, Mike, you were straight on that, weren't you?
Yeah. We came from a rock.
Yep.
We come from a rock, or
but
we
anyway,
come from
there was
a monkey.
The rock
a monkey,
broke open like an egg, and there was a monkey inside the rock.
Okay. There you go. Very much like a Kinder egg.
Right.
That's why the moon split in two. You get the monkey out of the rock.
And it blew up. Okay.
It blew up.
And then everything happened after that.
And everything
really?
happened.
Well, it's not going to happen before that, is it?
Wow.
Happened after that. Okay.
Wow.
That's a correct.
The explanation of the universe: a rock blew up, and everything happened after that.
Oh
there
my
you
God.
go.
Science on this. It's
That's
There you
unreal.
go.
That's detail, man. That is.
I want to see the audience here. I want to look.
Yeah, that would be
Every
good.
one of them. I want to look right into their eyes. That's what I want to see. What am I going to?
Well, that was another reason I like this video, because it's just audio. So, it helps bypass a lot of the things, editing and all that stuff. So, yeah, there's plenty that you can find this guy, no problem. Go looking for him. So,
derp kind of sums it up.
Everything come from a blowing up. All right, just trying to get the idea how it works. And from the blowing up came stars. How did that happen? From the blowing up.
I think he's
Excuse me.
confusing this. He's confusing this with an extremely unhairy sex doll.
And he went to evolution, and now he's going back to stars. Okay.
That's
Unbelievable.
An extremely unhairy sex doll. Okay.
Well, the blowing up. What happened after the blowing up? Well, everything happened after the blowing up.
I'm not going to tell you what happened after the blowing up.
The party's on. Yeah, it's blowed up.
Well, after the blowing up came the lubing up. The lubing up was pretty.
Oh my.
Yeah, we've gone there.
We went there. All right.
Okay.
I
did.
I don't want to bother you with your thinking.
No, I wouldn't bother me. I wouldn't bother me with your thinking either.
Oh, please play that one again. Please play that again.
Oh my. Okay, hold on. Let's see.
And the level went that low without me speaking.
Oh, that is a treat. That is a treat. Holy shit, man.
And then everything happened after that. Oh, really? Everything come from a blowing up. All right, just trying to get the idea how it works. And from the blowing up came stars. How did that happen? From the blowing up. Excuse me. I don't want to bother you with your thinking, but we're Muslims.
The blowing up.
Oh my goodness. Where did you find this one?
I'm going to keep that in my vocabulary, like the blowing up.
Everybody that needed a clip that, there you go. It repeats. So if you need a clip of that.
Weird ass.
Holy motherfuck.
Holy shit.
Oh my.
Yes, indeed.
some group of Muslims found it within themselves to call this guy a sheikh.
There are people
I
listening
guess.
to this guy and nodding approval of what he's saying. I want to see these people.
And
goddamn.
and we really haven't said anything about the Quran really at all. I mean, this has just been picking on things he's saying. So, you know, don't mistake this for that we're picking on a religion or religious folks or anything. He hasn't said anything about it really. So it's been very entertaining, but I haven't heard the Quran really much at all, other than in the beginning God. And I'll give you that, but that's just a precept argument. And like a lot of folks have been saying, it's a weak argument, makes tag and everything else fall apart. So if that's what you want to base your argument on, you're welcome to, but it's very weak. All right.
You get yourself a rock, and then you get yourself a stick of dynamite, and then there's a blowing up, and then
you blow it up.
There, and one of those rocks goes through your goddamn head. That's how stars are formed.
Kids, don't try that at home. Okay, don't try that at home.
No, don't try that at home. Don't try the blowing up at home.
Wait, there's kids watching this shit?
I hope the hell not.
Well, when you're 18, you go over to Punk Apostate. He'll hook you up at the Adam and Eve with a discount. You can take care of the blowing up. Right?
Yeah, the blowing up.
They got all those type partner things that you can take care of. All those things over there. Brentley will hook you up.
I gotta
You
share
can pick
the
up
earth
any
with
newspaper.
What's that?
I gotta share the earth with these people. Damn it!
It's worse than that. It's worse than that, Mikey. You got to share the country with them as well.
Oh my god!
Hello, Commander. How you doing?
Hey, Commander.
Just in time. We're having a good laugh. Kick those feet back there. Have a good laugh.
Yeah, you sobered up yet?
Or listen to any television channel on earth, and you will find we're the experts on blowing up, okay?
What?
I'll give him that one. Yeah, you turn on the news. We're experts on. Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, America is the expert at blowing shit up.
That's one of the things when we're talking about world peace and everything and stuff, and it's like, who do you think's giving them all the arms to do it? You know, if we're not involved, we're involved via proxy, right? It's big business.
We're going to put a 25% tariff on those arms now from now on, I think.
What was it? I think Chris Rock said he could solve the shootings problem. That if you can have the gun, but every bullet is like $5,000. So that before you go to pull the trigger, you stop to think, is it really worth $5,000?
Well, during the pandemic, a bullet was almost as expensive as an egg.
Yeah,
you know.
Eggs are not.
So don't tell us about blowing up. When you blow something up, is it a mess or it's real nice? Which one? Organized or mess?
Okay.
I'm going to use the word chaos.
That's when it's a mess.
Meaning,
it's when you let the air out. That's when it's a mess.
That's when it's a mess. Yeah.
Chaos.
Yep.
Well, I usually make the mess before I let the air out.
Well, there you go. Yeah. The job is done.
I'm pretty sure chaos doesn't mean big mess in anybody's language.
No.
Yeah, obviously he's talking about if you blow something up like a demolition of a building, is that going to produce a building? And it's like, no. But that's obviously he's misusing how the universe first came into being.
Yeah, they already go wrong by saying there was an explosion. No, there was no explosion.
Yeah.
No.
There was a rapid expansion.
Yeah, Big Bang is what it's called. That doesn't mean it was a Big Bang.
Right.
Or a rock.
Nothing to bang.
Or a rock.
No. A couple of years back, when that friend from America was over here, that was a big bang. Never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
And a rock.
Chaos or organization? Okay, just real slow. Blowing up. Chaos, organization. Which one?
Well,
Okay.
if you
We
blow
got you.
But just
We
to be
got you.
real sure.
if you
Yeah.
blow her up, it gets more organized, right? Instead of crumpled.
It all depends on how you look at it again. Yeah, because like we were talking earlier, if you take things down to an atomic level or something, yeah, you can make all kind of arguments. But
Yeah.
ba-
When you
base,
take the doll out of the box, it's crumpled, and then you blow it up, and it's more organized. So anyway,
basically, he's going with if a tornado goes through a junkyard, will a 747 come out the other end? But as I often quote Brian Cox, who's a famous physicist, he says on the quantum level, there's no reason a pile of sand cannot become a sandcastle.
that's right.
So it's all on what level you're talking about with these things. And it's obviously you can conflate it one way or another, upside down, backwards, forwards, right? Any way you want.
We could say it's highly improbable for 747 to form itself in a junkyard.
Right. Because again, you're talking about absolutes, and they're going to use the absolute argument right back at you that, well, you can't be absolutely sure a God doesn't exist. And you can say you can't be absolutely sure that a plane can't form out the other side of a junkyard either.
But if you put a bunch of smart monkeys in the junkyard, it is possible to form a 747 because we do it all the time. Ask Boeing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The door flies open. And
Yep, that's all natural.
Yeah.
Or, in case you forgot,
I didn't forget. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, maybe I did.
In case I forgot. No, let me remind you then. So far,
Blowing up is chaos.
It got blown up by a rock.
So far, we're at rock, blow up, chaos. Then the Arabs came, and then they got some oil, and then Mercedes built cars. So I think that's roughly where we are so far.
And then
History of the world,
747
part
after
one.
that.
look out with your eyes. Look out as far as you can see at night, especially, and look at the stars. Is it pretty?
Yep.
It's so beautiful.
Yep.
It's such a beautiful, mystic kind of a thing that a human being goes, whoa.
Yep.
It's so overwhelming that a young boy will like to take his new wife, his bride out, his girl, and take her out just to look at the stars. They do it all the time because it's so romantic. It's so, you're just looking at a bunch of fires. If
Holy shit.
Yeah.
You're just looking at a bunch of fires.
Yeah.
Is this a Matt Powell? Is this a Matt Powell argument with
this is
there can't be a fire in space because there's no air?
I was going to say, when Moses did it, he went out and he saw a burning bush.
I think Chris Mallard has a song about that with the Pharaoh's itch between the legs.
Oh yeah, just to release that. Yep.
It burns when I pee.
all you believe in is this, what you said, evolution. Those are just fires, man. Just
Evolution is just fires.
Fires, man.
Oh.
I can see this.
You know
guy's
what? This is even
history
better
right
the
now.
second. This is even better the second time around. I thought I enjoyed watching this the first time, but this is even better the second time. I wonder if it gets better if I watch it another time.
light some matches and get excited. But no, you like to look at those, and there's patterns in there. Are there patterns or no? Do people follow those patterns and figure out how to go from A to B? Yes or no?
I don't even know what he's talking about anymore.
I
I did go from A to B once.
Well, he's talking about navigating by stars, which are just fires because of evolution. I don't know where.
How to rule an asteroid.
I think he just wants to keep saying evolution. Yeah, he just wants to keep saying evolution.
I love the fact now you said he's 80. Okay, he would have been 20 in 1960. So that explains the man reference, right? Him saying man every other phrase.
Yeah.
So I think we can see that at one point in his life he may have done copious amounts of LSD, and he may have found Jesus during that period.
If he did it didn't work on him. It didn't work
Not
like
the
it was
same way as
supposed
other
to.
people, but if he was in Texas, you can understand why.
Yeah, and it is interesting. With his accent is interesting. It's I don't know. I kind of like the guy. I'm sorry. I don't know why.
I know he's like to light his beard on fire.
Yeah, I know he's probably not the type of person I would like in the world, but his thing here is just, man, it's just so funny. It's hard to not like the guy. Of course, he might get to something I don't like.
So there's something of organization, and it came out of a blowing up. Amazing.
I mean, it is amazing.
Now, if I took a glass and I walk out to the cement and I drop it, boom. What am I looking at?
Broken glass.
Broken glass.
On cement. On cement. 2 man-made things, by the way.
Am I looking at 6, 8, 10, 12 little small glasses?
No, unless you're in Fantasia or something like that. No.
All filled up with water? Or am I looking at a mess? Chaos? Which one?
Where did the water come from? No one mentioned water.
And these are natural things. Where's the supernatural? You would expect if it was supernatural, you could say something and it would turn into a bunch of glasses filled with water. Right.
All right, let's do another one. I'll drop another glass. Maybe that one will make the 6 glasses or 8 glasses.
I'm guessing they weren't filled with water.
And another, and another, and another, and another. How many glasses will I drop before it will split up and make a nice little small set of glasses for me? And it will never, ever, ever happen. Yes or no?
Before your wife hits you over the fucking head and says, quit dropping glasses, you
But then again, I would just throw back, could you do something to alter this glass into another form supernaturally? And I would say he couldn't do it. So it's kind of moot point, right? Either way, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say, like, a slightly different example. How many straw men can he make with this video in order to make it into a coherent video?
Oh, the evolution of everything is just great.
You come up with one straw man, and then another, and then another, and then another. Does that make it coherent? Does that make it coherent? No, it doesn't.
When I was upstairs working on my pig's feet, I heard him say something about you can see it right in front of you. You can look at it and see it. You can see me and all that stuff. Well, okay, do that with God, please. Show me.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Show me. Jesus Christ.
And suppose a cyclone or tornado goes through where all the old cars, you know where you put the old cars when they're no good anymore?
It is.
Junkyard.
Oh, the junkyard.
And a big storm goes through and stirs them all up. Tsunami goes through and stirs them all up. And when it goes away, a brand new car is sitting there, or chaos?
Well, see, this doesn't leave me speechless, because this I've heard before from the Banana Man. This is one of his favorite arguments, and he's one of the worst street apologists.
Well, the Boeing jet plane
ministry, whatever he calls himself,
that one's older than even Kent Hovind.
Yeah, it's older than.
Yeah,
it's
probably
just
trees. Everybody say hello to look at the trees. I see. And if you're not subscribed, go over to subscribe. Look at the trees. I see he's real close to 400 subscribers over there. So let's get him up there.
So
yeah, it's also older than Boeing, the company, by the way.
Yeah.
That's how old
that
analogy is.
And if you need to trap some critters in your yard, by the way, Trees just had a video out on how to set a simple snare. So always, some outdoor stuff going on over there. Good stuff. So look at the trees, help him out over there.
So when I was a young man,
Good stuff.
A tornado went through northern Minnesota, like north of Duluth, and it looked like a quarter mile wide lawnmower had cut the trees down.
Mm-hmm.
And I went and looked at a car, and do you know what an old engine block with a manifold on the manifold on an engine? It's bolted down with these huge bolts, about 12 of them bolted down. It ripped the manifold right off that engine and set it alongside of the car, but the battery was still sitting in the car. Now, how'd that happen?
Wow.
How'd that happen?
Yeah,
It's just like weird shit happens when there's a lot of energy. That we know.
Yeah.
And we
when I was a
call
kid,
it chaos, but yeah.
When I was a kid, I read about a tornado that went through Kansas once and created a yellow brick road.
Oh yes, yeah.
There you go. If you're going to believe just shit you read, why not?
Magic slippers. Yeah.
That's strange, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, it
strange.
is.
You can see that. And you're so smart. You're such a big scientist, but you can't figure out that this is a creation. Why?
I thought the guy was talking to a preacher. Then he started talking to a preacher.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it switched to.
Yeah, he was talking to a preacher. Yeah, he was trying to convince him.
Yeah, well, proof with science, and it went to evolution right away, right? It just leaped to evolution. So he just dove right in, and he's just going all around the place, I guess.
Not a very scientific.
Don't try to follow it too. Don't try to follow it too hard. It'll hurt. It'll hurt yourself.
Yeah.
It is on that rate.
And you don't want to know about that.
Yeah.
That's the real problem, isn't it? Is that the problem?
No, it's
you don't want to
not
know.
the problem. No.
So you, the scientist, you're supposed to bring me the evidence, testable evidence. Can I see any kind of evidence for what your argument is? Anything. Just show me something. They said, well, a human being looks like a monkey. Well,
okay,
maybe a monkey looks like a human being. Did you ever think about that?
You the preacher, bring me some evidence, any evidence about God, any evidence at all. Yeah, come on, preacher.
Yeah, just show me what God looks like, please.
You the big preacher. Yeah.
Well, there's your evidence, because we look like a monkey. So that's all you need,
Yeah, there it is.
I think that's the extent of his biology too, right there.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Holding on.
Hold it.
I too have a brother-in-law, and he does look like a monkey. You're right. But that doesn't mean that human beings came out of monkeys. And even if they did.
Hey, and a lot of us throw poo and everything too, and look at these politicians. They're lobbing it all over the place. I think, wasn't it Stephen Hawking that said we're just primates still tossing poo on each other or something like that?
Hey, Scott, you're from Texas. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Is this a Texas thing?
It's just fucked.
Is this what they're teaching you at school down there?
That's why I don't live in Midlothian.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. That's what they're teaching them over there. Gotcha.
Even if they did, that doesn't prove your theory that there's no God. Where'd the monkey come from?
Wait a minute. The theory there's no God, where'd the monkey come from? What? How's there?
Confused.
Now it's
all over the place.
Now it's atheism, right? See, we went right to atheism from another religion to science to leapt right into evolution.
Well, Big Bang. Big Bang first.
Big Bang to evolution.
Yeah.
To now it's kind of the no God, the theory of no God. And it's like what's the theory of no God?
Yeah.
What's the town he's from again?
Midlothian.
Midlothian.
Okay.
It's just outside of Dallas. It's part of the Dallas Metroplex area.
Everybody else in Dallas kind of hates them, but kind of doesn't hate them. It's mid. It's a mid-hate thing.
It's where they're putting their Trump's walls kind of making a little
encompassing
move there.
There's a film about it, apparently.
One morning,
called Fear and Midloathing in Dallas.
I have never been to Midlothian voluntarily. One time I was working, this was years ago, I was working a very long night shift in downtown Dallas. And I got in the car and we just started driving my normal, routine home, path home to Fort Worth. And for some reason, I just kind of became hypnotized by the bumper in front of me and just kept following it and kept following it and kept following it. I was just tired, I guess. And when I came to my senses, I was in Midlothian, Texas. And I did a U-turn and got the hell out of there as quick as I could because I've never, ever voluntarily gone to Midlothian.
Should have went to Mockingbird Park. So you guys have a 35E and a 35W in Dallas too.
That's correct.
I thought that, yeah, we invented that.
Dallas has the 35E and Fort Worth has the 35W. Of course, it goes more obviously to more than just Fort Worth, but
wow, it separates for a long time.
Yeah, and then down.
Wait a minute, it never comes back together. Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does down south near. Past Hillsboro.
Yeah,
Texas is so tiny. I mean, hard to keep track of all the roads
just
down.
a teeny tiny Texas.
Well, it is compared to the Rock.
Yeah.
And excuse me, I don't like to hurt your philosophy, but if it's evolved,
Phil,
I don't think
something is here.
What
don't touch
philosophy?
it. Don't touch Phil.
Oh man.
Okay, now he's talking to a philosopher, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Your okay.
Something is here.
Not enough string, not enough tax. Okay.
How to get here?
It becomes better.
Too much falafel.
So it's not this thing anymore, is it? It becomes that, yes or no? And then that becomes the next thing and the next thing. And according to the pictures they show you in the books, written by atheists.
Really? I like pictures.
Yeah.
There it is.
Just look at the pictures.
There it
The
is.
books in Texas aren't written by atheists. I can guarantee you that.
I think he's talking about the comic books. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. The books written by atheists. Uh-oh, here we go. See? This is what I look for.
Better.
Right? This is the content you're going to get at Saturday Night at Atheists, right? Sooner or later.
Yeah, we dip to the very bottom of the
It
barrel.
shows you that there's this little creepy thing comes out of the water.
Oh, okay.
And then the creepy thing becomes like a little small, I don't know what, and then it becomes like a marmoset. The marmoset becomes some kind of a little small monkey, a bigger monkey, then it becomes an ape of some kind, then it becomes a chimpanzee-looking thing, and then a gorilla, and then a man-looking thing, and then finally...
Holy shit! Holy shit!
Okay.
Boy, has he got that fucking down, man. What the hell is he talking about? It becomes all these different things, and then it becomes a man.
Yeah, that's the best.
Oh, shit,
Yeah, creepy thing becomes I don't know what.
That's fucking great.
All right, we get okay.
And then he's sitting at a computer. I've seen the picture myself.
Oh, I'm a fan.
12.
I'm a fan of this guy, man.
Okay, here we'll run it again. Here we
So
go.
it's not this thing anymore, is it? It becomes that, yes or no? And then that becomes the next thing and the next thing. And according to the pictures they show you in the books, written by atheists, it shows you that there's this little creepy thing comes out of the water.
What the fuck is that?
And then the creepy thing becomes like a little small, I don't know what. And
Sorry, can you just let back? But keep in mind, Gutsick Gibbons' intro. Right, he does that brilliant.
Yeah, we could probably put it right to it, couldn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Books.
written by atheists, it shows you that there's this little creepy thing comes out of the water. And then the creepy thing becomes like a little small, I don't know what, and then it becomes like a marmoset. The marmoset becomes some kind of a little...
I don't know what.
Becomes a marmoset.
Marmoset.
I don't know what.
What does the marmoset become? Okay, we got the marmoset. Let me write this shit down.
No, it's a little monkey.
Yeah, it's a little, yeah. I think he's just going through sizes. Yeah, he just found different sizes of primates.
Yeah. It comes out of the water, then it's sent into something I don't know what. Then it's highly scientific.
What is this creepy thing? I don't know.
The creepy thing.
Okay.
I know. We'll have to ask Bree what the creepy thing was that,
I don't know what the
that climbed out of the water and
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 the marmoset.
and turned into a marmoset.
Small monkey, a bigger monkey, then it becomes an ape of some kind, then it becomes a chimpanzee looking thing, and then a gorilla, and then a man looking thing, and then finally, hey, there's Homo sapien, right? That's what they show, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, you got it done.
Actually, mostly no.
Well,
Creepy thing.
yeah.
Marmoset. Small monkey, big monkey.
The clue is that we're not in the evolutionary line of the gorilla and the chimpanzee.
He's looking at that evolution of man picture, and then he's looking up different sizes of primates, and he's overlaying his own onto that. And then of course this again, these are usually in kids' books, right, where you're getting a general idea of
These are primates, gorilla.
Yeah, our ancestors were smaller primates, and they branch off from here and there and everything. And it's like the Hovind routine. These are just lines on paper or some nonsense. And it's like,
Sam,
you're looking at kids' books.
Marmoset.
Got to worry about the marmosets. Yeah.
Yeah. Why did he drag the marmosets into this? I agree.
And this, but when they say, oh, they're teaching the kids this and everything and stuff, they're always leaving out that grade school and even high school science classes are not that specific on things, right? It's giving you like an introduction, so you can kind of get a feel of, I kind of like this biology or chemistry, you know what I mean? And then when you're going to college, then you can say, oh yeah, I'd like to take more about learning about human physiology or plants or animals or whatever you want to do, zoology, right? There's so many fields. Then you're going to learn all these specific things.
But
no, they're not teaching kids. Yeah, they're not teaching kids all of this massive amount of information that goes through many fields of science in a grade school or a high school textbook. It's just not going to be there.
No,
especially the creepy thing that I don't know what it is.
I don't know what
that
it
was
is.
The one. That was the one that was not in the book.
No.
Also, like to say, the ascent of man isn't even a description of that picture, right? That's a description. What he's giving is a description of what was it, a cartoon, right? A simplified cartoon of evolution for literally 4 kids, right?
Yeah, he's got it all jumbled up with the tree and the descent of man and different primates.
There's
and
a cartoon
which
shows like the lungfish coming out, flopping onto the beach, and then like evolving into a man. And I think it's a Simpsons thing. I'm not certain, but
and these things are. Well, we were just Mike. Weren't you just talking about complaining about the animation thing? With the molecular machines and all that stuff. Yeah. And these things are made for a good purpose, right? They're trying to explain to people in things they understand in analogies that this is kind of, and they use words like conveyor system, corkscrews, and people go, oh yeah, okay. And you get kind of an idea, but then they want to say that this is literally happening inside of a cell. And that's not exactly what's happening. There's chemical processes that are going on. And here,
the problem is you get people like Artangelo who hears things in terms of machines and goes, hey, I'm a machinist. Right. That makes me an expert in evolution.
Yes, and then these videos, Yeah, again, like showing something just kind of going, really quickly out of the water onto the land up to but again, and it's Hovenitis, right? It's like, well, this doesn't explain anything. And again, because that's not what it's for. It's to give an overview. You learn a little bit of everybody, most of us have been through grade school and high school classes in science. You do a chapter or two, maybe a page or two on something, right? When you go to the college level, that page or chapter becomes a book or multiple books, right? That when you start to specialize. Oh, Mike's got his drawing out.
Somewhere now,
this is
because of
this
what
is
you
a
said,
simple-
Dave. Somewhere out there's a guy working at a corkscrew factory going, "Hey, I'm an expert in science now."
Yeah, that's right.
This is a massive simplification of your nervous system, massively simplified. If you drilled into any one part of it, this does not depict what's actually happening. It gives you a really good idea how to figure out what the general trend is inside your brain. But yeah, and this is what I'm going to start a GoFundMe to get a full-size poster. Costs $130. I can't really afford that right now, but I need a GoFundMe. People buy me this poster. So anyway, okay, take me down. I just want to point out that
you were talking
It's
about the engineer that worked in a corkscrew factory, and I've just got to say, if there's a corkscrew, there must be a corkscrewer.
Oh, or screwy. Yeah, you can't have a screwer without a screwy.
Okay, even if we go with this theory,
What theory?
yeah.
Wind it back.
Oh my!
What did I miss?
We're not going to get very far in this video. I can tell already.
No, yeah.
humans came from monkeys. Why are there still monkeys?
Holy shit! Oh,
Ding, ding,
the
ding, 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 ding,
oh
ding.
man, he's
Everybody
playing
take
the
a
greatest
big swing.
hits. He's the
Big
greatest
swing.
hits, right? Holy shit!
I told
Can't
you you'd
hold
like
its
this
greatest
video.
hit.
I told you you'd like this video.
How long? Okay, how far are we, and how long is it? How much is this? I mean, this is like,
This thing's like over an hour long, and we're like
He keeps storming.
I think I would have paid $20 for this on iTunes.
we're 13 minutes 13 minutes into it.
Oh dear.
Holy shit!
Oops. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Point
you don't understand. Yeah, I don't want to understand like you understand.
That actually explains quite a bit.
It does.
Yeah, I don't want to
understand
understand.
it.
You're right about that.
Yeah, I don't want that in my head.
They just want to. They just want to keep spouting nonsense. They don't want to understand.
Hey, Dave, Deconverted Man really wants you to check your email.
I'm on it. I just saw that. Okay, what do we got here? Okay. I've got my thing on here, do I? Okay.
Hey, Loki.
Oh man. Oh. All right, from Deconverted Man. Creepy thing is Creepus formidabilis. And that turns into, I don't know, Ignoramus incertus.
That's good.
Good one, Deconverted Man.
I like being real simple-minded. I like it because everything works.
I know that.
So far, you're in no danger of leaving simple-minded.
And you're well at home at religion. Good for you.
And hello, Tori. Good to see you. And Drusilla is here. And Deconverted Man that just sent us the humor. Thank you, Deconverted Man.
Hey,
Welcome, everyone.
Drizilla. Didn't see you there. Sorry.
Oh, we gotta say hi.
But
to
still,
Drizilla.
for the benefit of those who got a little too much education, they got so much education they can't think straight anymore. We're going
Yeah,
Too
like
much
you.
education. Yeah, too much
Yeah,
education.
that's the problem.
Oozing out their ears.
Teachers, leave them kids alone.
Oh no, sorry, that was preachers. Preachers, leave them kids alone. Sorry.
There's a low
The
key.
cat,
There's a
the
low
cat
key.
is watching. The cat is watching,
There's a low
folks.
key.
Oh, pretty.
I know everybody
pussy.
likes cat pics, so dog pics.
I like pussy page and cat page.
I can see what's written on his face there. Written on his face there
Yeah.
is, my owner is too
Wait-
educated. What
Wait
an
till you go to
idiot.
sleep.
Oh,
All right, too
You fucking-
educated. Here we go. This just when you think it can't get any better, this one does.
to try to help them a little bit with what we call testable evidence. I want to
What
give
did he
you a
call
little
it?
scenario and let you think about this.
What kind of evidence?
Testable. This is his testable evidence he's been going on about since the beginning.
Not
Okay.
to be confused with testicular evidence.
Okay, testable evidence for God. That's what he's going to do for us, right? He's going to show us.
Yeah.
what the heck?
And I'm going to play the part of a professor.
You can't.
Oh no!
Oh no! Now he's going to be a
Yeah.
professor. This
Yeah.
This gets good. And we got Beck in the house. Good to see you, Beck.
What the back?
What the Beck? Okay. Oh, I hope you're ready, Beck. This one's good.
Yeah. I think he did it in the library,
He's,
by the way. With a
With a
a-
candlestick holder.
yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Philosophy professor at the university,
Oh,
one of these big fancy universities.
Big
Fancy
fancy
one.
one.
fancy.
Ooh, a
and-
fancy
We have it.
one. Woo.
We've got an unknown professor from an unnamed university. That's a big fancy one. This is
Big fancy.
classic Ray Comfort, Frank Turek stuff where I was sitting on an airplane and wouldn't you know, I was sitting next to the world's top biologist. So I
Yeah.
said,
yeah.
prove
exactly.
evolution to me.
No, he's not saying that this happened. He's saying like, let's pretend that. And like he probably doesn't
Yeah.
want to call out a specific
Same thing. It's the same
Same
thing.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the same thing. Yeah, that's what I mean.
What a
It's the same
starting
thing.
point.
Somebody's
Losers.
got to be the devil's advocate. We're all Satanists
No,
here,
that's good.
apparently.
Yeah, I understand what he's doing. He's playing. Yeah, he's playing the
Yeah,
part.
no.
But that's
Yeah.
exactly what it sounds like. You know what I mean? It's the same
Yeah.
story. You know,
Of
it's going to be a straw man. That's what's going to
Universities
Yeah, oh yeah,
are
he's gathering
Yeah.
all the straw to build something.
higher earning and misunderstanding.
Oh, a higher earning misunderstanding. Here we go.
because those two things go together like ham and
Okay,
cheese.
it's starting to unravel a little bit, right? The mindset here. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Starting to?
I mean, higher learning and understand. I'm sorry. Anyway, and
Yeah.
his name
That's the same. This is Hawaiian shirt guy garbage, right? Where
Yeah.
high.
It really
Isn't
is
that
that
what
low.
he says? Higher misunderstanding or something like that. That's one of his go-to lines when he talks about higher education. Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
Holden even dumb enough to use the "why are there still monkeys" thing yet, or is he? This guy is
Probably.
Holden. I don't know. Anyway.
He's stuck on his slides, Mike. He's got all them slides and he knows them by heart. He'll say, "Pull up that
Yeah.
slide 274." You know what I mean? He's got all those slides memorized. So it's
Yeah, I wonder if he's got the Bible memorized in the same manner. I doubt
yeah.
it.
He rarely ever. I saw one time he was on a channel where they were talking about the Bible, but it was more, like Calvinism or not or something like that. But otherwise, he rarely says anything about the Bible. He doesn't argue about it. He just wants to poke holes in whatever science topic he's talking about.
Yeah, and before you
Yeah.
start again, just to be fair, he hasn't said anything about the Quran so far either. So that's fair enough.
No, just in the beginning part. That was it.
Oh yeah, that was it. Which was
That was
wrong,
it.
as we found out.
Is I am Qatar, and he's the professor here of philosophy. Now he has some students that are new. This is the first year. So when he gets started, he's going to have a good time with the newbies, you know. So he goes in, hello class, hello, okay. So do we have any new students here? Yeah, we got several, okay. Great. Son, do you know what philosophy means? Well, I want you to think about something. See what you can prove and what you can't prove.
Oh boy, we're going to learn philosophy now.
Oh my God. I think he's.
Can you prove you're here right now?
There we go. Can you prove you're here right now? Okay.
He's already given the Dr. Johnson proof, so.
Yeah.
I don't know. Can you prove you exist? I don't know.
Descartes?
If there was a tree on a desert island, nobody's there, no animals, no birds, nothing is there. The tree becomes old and it rots, and then it falls over one day and hits the ground. Will the tree make any sound?
Yes.
Materialism?
Yes. And Bigfoot
Yes.
knocked over the tree.
Yeah.
Yes,
Naturalism.
and
It's always
just
Bigfoot.
nobody will hear it.
There's nobody there to hear it?
It's such a stupid argument. Such a
know.
stupid question.
It's going to make, well, yeah, it's a matter of displacing the air thing. It makes noise. So, yes, it's physics. That's, yes, it happens all over no matter what, even if nobody's around. There we go.
And
son,
depends on how you define sound, of course. Like, is it sound as soon as your brain recognizes it as sound, or are the waves in the air already sound?
waves.
It's vague.
And if you had the right instruments, you could prove that the sound was there.
Yeah, if it was seismically wired in that area, you could trace down that something made a big boom.
Yeah, but then they'll say, well, so there was somebody there to listen through equipment.
Yeah. Well, you could go there and you could probably. Well,
I think this is kind of close to Schrodinger's cat. You don't know because nobody recognized it.
Right.
And like when you come there and you see a thief on the ground, like, yeah, it fell, but also like, did it really slowly fall down, or all of a sudden it fell down?
Yeah, so if I slept with this guy's wife and he wasn't there to see me, would it? I don't know. You could ask him that.
I don't think you're allowed to. I don't think you'd actually be able to pull a girl that young, though.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
I'm getting a little bit annoyed.
Have you ever
with
thought
this
about
guy,
the
to be
chicken?
fair.
A little bit.
Time him on.
Where did chicken come from? Come from an egg?
What?
Where did the egg come from?
There we go.
Chicken or the egg?
Chicken and the egg. There we
That's
go.
it. He's
that's
just fooled
quite
every
easy.
university philosophy professor.
Yeah, no, but actually
Chicken
that's
or the
quite
egg?
simple. The egg was first, and that one came from a chicken-like animal.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's not that hard. Like, come on, I
A
can
lesser
figure it out.
chicken.
Well, I mean, some people would say that it wasn't a rock; it was an egg that blew up.
The egg blew up. It
Okay.
turned into a
Colonizer,
marmot.
please shut
It turned
up.
into a marmoset.
It's an alternative hypothesis.
Oh
Granted,
man,
it's not very well thought out. Granted,
oh shit.
Oh yeah, atheist. But if you drop an egg on the ground, what'll happen?
yeah. Turns
Will
into
it form a
glasses of
chicken?
water.
Will it form a chicken?
Oh.
A chicken. But where did the chicken come from? An egg. And where did the egg come from? A chicken.
Chicken.
So which one was first, the chicken or the egg? The chicken. But didn't it come out of an egg? Oh, yeah. But where did the egg come from? I don't know. Oh, sit down, boy.
A chicken-like
How long
animal.
is this going to be?
Sit down, boy.
Wow.
You've just got egg all over your face.
What a mean, dumb professor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he'd be,
The egg predates the egg predates birds, so the egg came first.
And why
Won't that professor get some pretty bad ratings in the survey that they always give at the end of every semester for your professors?
Yeah, but why is a philosophy professor talking about chickens and eggs? Right? I mean, that should be surely that should be a biology professor.
Oh yeah, it's a biology professor.
Yeah,
that's not a philosophical question at all.
Yeah, I don't know how he turned it into a philosophical argument, but he did. So
yeah.
Okay.
Do we have any believers here with us? Any young men like to talk to me about belief? One little Christian boy. Me. Stand up, boy. Yes, sir.
Uh-oh.
Little Christian boy.
Oh, he's still playing. You know, he's still playing the part. He's not.
But also,
yeah.
In college, like you wouldn't call them a little Christian boy.
No, I don't think you would.
No,
get away with
it. That's just him, just kicking down on Christianity. Come on, fuck off. That's our job.
These are like God is not dead series. This kind of stuff.
Either that, or he's remembering when he was a priest.
Yeah. Yeah, he was and folks that are joining us, Yusuf here started out as a Christian pastor, and then he became a Muslim sheikh or whatever the equivalent is, imam. Yeah. And so there you go. So I'm thinking maybe, he borrows a lot from some of the Christian apologists into his arguments. Because I hear it.
Anyway, this is him talking about him pretending to be a philosopher, presumably an atheist, to a room full of new students at university. Not just any university, by the way, a fancy university. And also... Now he's picking on the Christians that are in the first year of the first day of their philosophy degree. Like
he's dragging them up in front of class. Yeah, okay, here we go.
Yeah. Son, do you believe in God? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do. Okay.
I love the accent. The accent is great.
So, your God is good? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, God is good.
No, he's
your God, can he do anything? Yes, sir, he sure can. Yes, sir, God, he can do anything. Good. And your God is good. Yes, sir. Is there any evil in the world?
Problem of evil. Brilliant.
Yeah. So your God, he can do it. Did your God create everything? Yeah, he sure did. So your God created everything, and there's evil.
According to, Isaiah in the Bible, that yes, God, I the Lord, created everything, good and bad, prosperity and disaster, dark and light, etc. Right? So, yes.
Calamity. Or calamity, you might want to use that word as well. Or evil, in fact, depending on the Bible you're reading.
But it basically says all things. That's the words that kind of encompass that God does all things, right? So,
yeah, I think he specifically says God created good and evil in some versions, or calamity in others. But yeah,
and the apologist argument often is you have to have evil or you can't have good, right? You have to understand one or the other. They use the argument. So ultimately, if you have a creator, it has to have been created, right? So back to their creator argument, if evil was created, it must have had a creator.
Right. Good one. Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah. But your God is good. Yeah. Do people die? Yeah. People get sick? Yeah. Do people suffer? Yeah. Are people in pain and agony? Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Is there prostitutes in the street?
I am.
Yeah. Drug addicts over here? Yeah. People in jail?
I'm in agony and pain listening to this bullshit.
Got quite the list.
Yeah. Murder, rape, death. Is that existing? Storms like tsunami? Is this happening? Yeah. Your God is good, huh?
Enough examples.
Yeah.
Well, again, he believed in that for a number of years, enough to be a believer and some type of pastor or whatever, right? So, yes, I'm going to put it back at you. You know, you at one time believed this. So, okay. Again, I think he's got the Christian roots there in there. So, interesting where he's going with it, though.
Son, are you good? Well,
Yes,
I
sir.
like to think I am. But you're a good boy. Yes, sir. All right. Now, if you saw somebody over here was suffering, wouldn't you help them out? Yes, sir. A victim of some kind of a tragedy, would you go to them? Would you help them? Yes, sir, I would. I would do that. Sure you would, son. You're a good boy. But you said your God is good.
boy.
And he can do anything. Yes, sir. So why doesn't he do something about that? Well, see, sir, son, where did evil come from? From your God? Did your God make evil? Well,
sir.
no, sir. No, sir. God is good. He wouldn't make any evil. So where did it come from?
It came from God, because if God created everything, then God created everything, or God did not create everything. It's got to be one or the other. That's the definition of the created everything thing, right?
That's the definition of everything.
Yeah, if you create everything with an exception, then it's no longer creating everything, right?
I've been to the university, and I don't remember this son calling him sir. I didn't hear any of that in the university when I was there. How long ago was this guy in the university? About 1880?
It's Texas. They're very polite in Texas.
Okay. Oh, they are. They call him sir.
Well,
Like,
they're very polite if you're a white straight
same,
male.
you can run the same argument against the Quran, because in the Quran it says that Allah is most merciful. So is it merciful, most merciful, to have evil? And you can just run the same argument against the Quran.
Yeah.
I mean, it's stupid. What he's saying now is just irrelevant.
Brainless?
What?
What's this?
Do you have something to say? I thought I heard you say something.
Oh no! He said like they're in Texas. They're very polite, but that's only if you're a white straight male.
Yeah.
Hey-o.
Yeah. And you're 80 years old.
Yeah, there's got to be a joke in there too about the Christians in Texas allowing this Muslim to be running around. But I don't want to go there.
I know.
We're not going to go there.
I know. It's like
not going to stereotype here. We're not going to stereotype here.
Muslim in Texas doesn't exist.
The devil made it. The devil made evil? So the devil has power, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But
your
who made
God's
the
not the
devil?
Devil's
Who made the devil?
supernatural, yeah, and it has certain powers, yes.
So Muslims don't believe in demons?
Yes, they do.
They do too? Okay. They have
only
powers.
God. There's a good God and a bad God, huh? Two gods? Well, not two. Not exactly. Well, so I heard you guys have a trinity, but now it became a square. You got a new one in there. How does that work? Sit down, boy.
Boy.
All right.
Another hand goes up.
Christianity
Don't
don't
get
work.
away with that shit either.
Who's my new student over here? Sir, my name's Mohammed. Mohammed, you one of them Muslims? Yes, sir. Well, why don't you speak some wisdom to us here today, my fine Muslim friend? You have something to say? Sir, I'd like to ask you a question. Oh, you want to ask me something? Go ahead, boy. Bring it on. Sir,
Oh my fucking God.
is there such a thing as light? You trying to be funny, boy? No, I'm just asking a question. Of course, there's light. There's light all over the place. Open your eyes. Light is everywhere. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I understand. Second part of the question, sir. Is there darkness? Well, now, son, if there was, everybody knows there's darkness. There's light and there's darkness. No, sir. There's not. Huh? What are you talking about?
Oh my
Sir,
God.
there's light. There's light all over the place here. We have watts of light, megawatts of light. Light from light bulbs, candles, lanterns, flashlights, matches, the sun, the moon. There's all kind of light, sir.
The moon.
But what kind of
There is no
darkness is there?
sunlight from the moon.
You can bring me a light bulb, a flashlight, a match. But sir, can you bring me a bag of darkness?
There you go.
Oh boy.
Mike,
Please bring me a
Mike,
bag of light.
can you bring him a bag of darkness?
I have no
Yes.
idea how to respond to this.
If you have a closed bag that's closed, then it's dark.
It's
He's
dark
a bag.
inside. Yeah.
He's right about making the science guy speechless. I'll tell you. I have nothing to say. I just can't. I can't.
Yeah, but that's not. That's just because of his stupidity.
Bag of darkness.
A bag of darkness. I love
I
it.
failed to see your point, son. What do you have
Oh,
to say?
no, the
Get it
point
said and
is-
get it done.
The point he's going to get to.
Sir, what I'm
eventually.
saying is there is
He's
light.
trying.
Yeah, is light.
But there's no such
darkness
thing as
is
darkness.
the absence of light, just this way,
Yeah.
same way. Good, light, evil is just the absence of good. Does
Right.
that change the argument from evil? No, it doesn't, in any way, shape, or form.
That's what you're doing. You're just mixing analogies, and it's like mixing metaphors. You really shouldn't do that.
Wait, no, he's only given two of the Christians, potential properties of God, right? So the third property is that God is omniscient. Now, God is everywhere. Oh, not all knowing. He's everywhere, right? He's omnipotent, and he's everywhere. So
Yeah.
if he's everywhere, then there is no place that's absent of God.
True.
So evil has to coexist with God. And of course, there are, many, theologies or what do they call them?
So technically, how far into this soundtrack are we?
About 15 minutes, something like that.
And there are many
20 minutes.
I'll bet if there are actually people in an audience listening to him, I'll bet they're secretly checking their watch or looking at their phone for the time they're going, get on with it.
Is there such a thing as time? Is there such a thing
There's
of
an
absence?
absence of light.
I want to get to the
An
Quran
absence
stuff too.
of light that we call darkness. But
Yeah, we already know this argument.
Yeah.
Hold on.
we
Hold on.
have heat, and God, where are you? Oh, the blue. And sir, isn't it true that I don't see your point?
By the way, real
Adams,
quick,
is that true or false?
can
so
you
what?
bring somebody a bag
But
of
all of this.
light?
Yeah, I just got a really
Yeah.
good idea for my next business venture. We've got this store here that sells crystals and all sorts of healing packages and herbs and all that stuff. And I'm going to bring them bags of lightness and dark and tell them that these are guaranteed pure dark and pure lightness.
Yeah.
And I bet I can sell them for $19.95. I'll bet you
I
I
skipped
might.
over that part. Yeah, he was saying, is there heat? Yeah, there's heat. Well, heat's only because there's cold and back and forth. He throws a bunch of those examples, right? So we already knew where he's going with it.
Is organized. All of this is having
Let's
patterns.
see here.
And you said yourself that testable evidence. So we have very good evidence of some kind of organization. Who organized it?
Well, technically, sorry to interrupt again, but technically, then you could also say the same thing about the beginning of the universe. We're only here because, the universe is the absence of nothing.
Right.
There you go.
Who organized the bag of light?
Also,
I think that's what Brian Cox said, that there has to be something.
At some point, maybe this guy will understand science enough to know that, like, we have things like crystals that self-organize.
Understand science. Oh, I love you. I love you, Scott.
Well, right back at you, big guy.
Who put it in this pattern that you see? Who did that? Did you?
And
No
you're
answer.
begging the question by saying who?
Sir, you talked about God being good. You talked about the things that happen to human beings. And we already said that this is what we perceive. But we don't really know what is good. We don't know what's best for us. But if there's a creator of everything that has been created, and then he's the one who's taking care of everything, he's the sustainer, and then he's the one making things happen.
Well, that's a little preachy.
I was a musician for many years, and I can assure you that if you have sustain, you are a sustainer.
There you go.
Did he say Alec is a clot?
Yeah, we're gonna get back to the science stuff here. He was doing a little preaching stuff. There we skipped over.
Alec is a clot?
Hey,
What
Joe's
is a
in the
lock?
chat. Hey, Joe, I hope you're feeling better and get better soon there, buddy.
Yeah, get well soon, dude.
Best wishes to you.
Lots of fluids and all that kind of stuff.
And also, alak means something that clings, hangs on, okay?
Yeah, here we go.
Your Lord who created. Whoa, this is the creator of all of this. He created insan, the human being, min alak, from an alak. What is an alak? He created the human being from a leech. Because it says in the Mawrid, the Arabic dictionary, a leech. That's a little thing in the Amazon River that if it gets on you, it sucks your blood. A leech. It also said an alak is a clot. When you get a blood clot, you get cut and it clots up. That's a clot. Clot. Alak is a clot. And also, alak means something that clings, hangs on, okay? I don't know if you have it in India, but in my country, we have something called refrigerator magnets. And it's on the front of every refrigerator door. The kids put those magnets up there. Until you can't see the door anymore. It's all magnets. Those are alak. They're clinging. Alak. A leech. Alak. A clot of blood. Alak. Something hanging on. And now, in the last couple of decades, they discovered, I'm talking about now, not 1400 years ago, that under a microscope they can now prove exactly what a human being looks like when he's conceived in the womb of the mother.
Looks like a leech.
At the
looks like a leech. A blood clot.
He looks like a creepy thing that crawled out of the swamp.
No, he is right about this, because like trying to get rid of kids these days, they just cling on and they cling on.
Right.
You never get the house to yourself.
Yeah. My mom tried to leave us at the store, and we just cling on to her shirt, her pants, and she couldn't get rid of us.
I wanted to take a break here real quick and remind folks about the Ark Protest this summer that Joe's putting together and a lot of other folks. So I'm going to run the commercial here again. For more information, links are in the description. There's all kind of information, fundraising, the what's going on, where it's going on, and all that good stuff. Check it out in the description below. And of course,
wish I could go to that, but all the decent flights.
Conception, he is microscopic.
Yeah.
You have to leave on like July 4th. And July 4th is a family day for me, so I don't know if I'm going to make it.
It is a holiday weekend.
Yeah, July 6th is kind of tough to make.
And given the political climate, I would not want to travel on July 4th.
No, I don't think so either. No.
So
yeah, God, I want to be there though.
Yeah. Again,
that would be cool.
Yeah, you can get a hold of everything through the Kentucky Atheist, and if for some reason you can't get a hold of me, I'll tell you how to get a hold of Joe at the Kentucky Atheist. All right. Again, links are in the description, as well as his. I think I've got everything: the Linktree, the Ark Protest, everything's in the description, as well as links for Answers in Atheism, for Simos, and for Slim Cyborg, where Brain Thus often hangs out over there.
Hell yeah.
All in the description too. Go to all those and subscribe. And while you're down there doing all that stuff, don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Leave a like if you like it. Add some laughs, just a like is appreciated. Drop a comment, appreciate it, and share it around to everybody else too. Like I say, Kentucky Atheist here. Look at the Trees was here earlier. Yeah, everybody you know that's got a channel, make sure you subscribe. Help everybody out.
You can't see him with the naked eye, but he is clinging to the wall of the universe. And he's hanging on there, shaped like a what? A leech.
Leech.
And he forms a clot of blood right there. And every time I ask any doctor of gynecology about this, he said,
there you go. It's a leech. And he talked to the gynecologist, and they said it's a leech.
The baby is a leech. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they look like leeches. Little leeches.
There we go.
That's exactly the description. And
exactly. It's exactly
the description. Not just looks like it there, Mike. That is exactly the description.
We'll see you later, Pixie. Thanks for stopping through.
Little leech crawls up the fallopian tube and sticks to the uterus
and starts making a blood clot.
Sucking blood.
Well, doesn't this related to something in the Quran that we come from a blood clot or something? So
is he making an argument for abortion here? Because this is a pretty goddamn good one.
It's very weird. Very weird.
Dr. Keith Moore in Toronto, Canada, the top embryologist in the world, said these same words over a decade ago.
He did.
And we have it on our website, islamtomorrow.com. I worked my commercial right into the, islamtomorrow.com, islamtomorrow.com. We're open 24 hours a day and plenty of free parking. Back to the program in progress. Okay.
That is impressive. That is impressive. I mean, the way he rolls that off like a used car salesman, that's impressive.
Well, they're both selling shit, so.
Yeah, it's more like a used leech salesman. But, I'm just saying this, right? He gave 3 definitions of the word alaq, which is the word they use in the Quran.
Yeah.
One of which was clot of blood.
Yeah.
So that's not science. So he's ignored that one, right? We didn't come from a clot of blood. That's not how life began on this planet. Secondly, I can't remember the first one. Something that clings on, right? Well, I mean, clings on, that's just some kind of physical force, right? Presumably either, muscle. That's not how life started. Or maybe magnet. That was the word he used. Well, that's electromagnetic. That's not how it started, presumably. Presumably it was some kind of chemical or physical force.
And if it's implantation, there's all the things that move that around in there that do that. So, yeah.
And then the third one was a leech. Well, life didn't start as a leech.
So is he calling Allah clingy?
All 3 are wrong.
Is he calling Allah clingy? What's the point of this clinging or clot thing?
I don't know. So Keith Moore is apparently a Muslim. He said the only reasonable conclusion is that these descriptions were revealed to Muhammad from God.
There you go.
What?
Yeah.
what the hell are they talking? Mugda
As I say,
is a chewed lump, and it does look like a chewed lump at 28 days.
Yeah.
What in the?
That's why I said, Scott, they're trying. There's the thing about coming from a blood clot or something. They're trying to, you know what I mean, match that up. This again, where they're trying to put the science into their religion instead of just leaving it at life is a miracle. They're trying to make something fit in there that doesn't fit.
And they believe that it turns into something else at 8 weeks. What is this shit? This is all new to me. I mean, I don't follow these religious guys much, but what the hell are they talking about? Alaka is a leech, and in the early phase, it does look like a leech. Mugda is a chewed lump, and it does look like a chewed lump. Oh, chewed fetuses? Oh no, I'm not going there. The somites look like teeth marks. You can see plastic. What the fuck?
Wait, and
what is
even
wrong with these people?
Well, I've heard these arguments before where they said that, you know, and some of the ancient alien folks and everything too, that how did ancient man know about anatomy? And it's like, well, you know, when you're on the battlefield with, you know, horrible hand-to-hand weapons, you know, slicey dicey, right? You're going to see a lot of human anatomy. You know what I mean? You're going to say, "Oh wow, okay, that's what's inside somebody." Right?
Shit, Sherlock.
And it goes for if you have livestock, and you know they have babies inside of them, right? Whatever the species is, whatever the babies are called, you know.
Take goats.
Yeah, and you cut one up for dinner, and oh, surprise! Well, you're going to see. Oh, okay, right. So some of these things are not beyond the knowledge of a farmer, and are not impressive when they bring them up as some kind of knowledge in religions or the ancient alien or any of the angles they come at it with. Again, these things are not beyond knowledge of the times. You know, to say that I've heard before something about tendons or something, and all I could think was, well, again, if somebody got, you know, you're butchering something, you find tendons in there, right? I mean, I think a lot of us have done it when we're barbecuing and stuff, right? You take the tendons out and stuff, right?
I mean, tendons are good for making bows with.
Yeah.
Keith Moore is dead, by the way. He's dead. So.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah, but he was like, embryology in the Quran. He calls him the top embryologist in the world. This explains why I haven't heard of him. Mm-hmm. He was a surgeon. And he was in some, he taught anatomy. It's like, okay, what the fuck? Okay,
I see the association. They're trying to fit a couple of these words of the Quran into something.
Yeah, of course.
Post hoc. It's not something they knew prior or anything. And even if if you grant them that they saw some fetuses or something like that, it's pareidolia to say it looks like a leech, right? It's just something you know that looks like that, right?
But they're saying in this article about Keith Moore, they're saying that those you know, when the somites form in the fetus, there's little like gill-like structures on the side. Those look like teeth marks to them, so it looks like a chewed lump. What are these people serious? What the fuck are they?
They're trying to post hoc these things into religious text, which we again advise against because it always fails. You should just stick with saying you believe it's miracle, and stop right there, because when you're trying to do this, it's either wrong or it's silly, one or the other.
Yeah, I also would like an explanation, right? If he thinks that the Quran is scientific and this is a scientific explanation of embryology or how life started, neither of which is true, I'd also like a scientific explanation of how Muhammad got on a horse and flew to the moon and split it in two.
Yeah, I think he dodges that one, but it is in my thumbnail. It is in my thumbnail.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I put a split in the moon there.
This Keith Moore is amazed that basically the 7th century AD Quran had embryology so right. They were just so right about it.
Of course it did.
Oh yeah.
Because he's devout, right? So.
Although, funnily enough, they didn't understand where sperm was made.
Now I'm wondering what fetuses taste like. Might be good.
I guess they didn't cut too many testicles open. Do you think goat's testicle tastes very nice or not?
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'd eat a fetus before I'd eat a testicle. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think it's a delicacy some places. So
Yeah,
I'm surprised they didn't get that right.
It is.
I like chicken gizzards, but not chicken testicles. I don't do that.
Okay, so here we're back in the professor's university. The boy's telling the professor back on track. Okay.
Okay.
The
Back on
alaq
track.
described here is mentioned by Dr. Keith Moore, and it is in the video on the website. Go listen what he said.
Okay.
He said the description in the Quran of the formation of the fetus inside of the uterus is exactly what we've come to know now. It's no longer a theory. It's testable evidence.
No.
And the shape of this, the way it's shaped. And then when Allah speaks about the continuation of the development to the stage of an alaq, mudghah, nutfah, all of these things that Allah mentions exactly fit the description what we know today. And he said,
No, it's very vague. And again, you're just associating something that you, we will grant that they might have seen, again, tragically, maybe even a miscarriage, right?
Yeah.
These things happen, and you didn't have, often nowadays, it could go down the potty, right? But back in the day, you didn't have potties, right? So you would have seen these things too, sadly. This is not, again, it's not beyond, it's not divine knowledge. You know what I mean? This is not impressing me. Even if people were aware of it, which is good, people, people had some knowledge going around, then that's good, right? But it's not divine or anything.
who, a non-Muslim, who is the doctor of embryology for the world, and he said it's
for the world.
He's the doctor of embryology for the world.
Just throw that in there.
For the world.
He's a very busy man, to be fair.
He's the fanciest.
Was a professor.
He's
professor
the fanciest.
in the division of anatomy in the faculty of surgery at the University of Toronto. That's what he was.
Yeah, and
he wasn't even an embryologist.
Yeah, this is, again, I'm not knocking the man's faith or anything, but obviously if you're devout in your religion, you're going to see the same things when you read your texts as Christians and other religions do when they read theirs. This obviously means this obviously means that, but you didn't figure that out until later. So again, even if it is divine, you know what I mean? It's like a lot of these things that from prophets that they say something that doesn't really mean anything, So I don't see the purpose either way. You know what I mean? If it's supposed to be divine, what good did it do anybody? Right? You know what I mean? Did it make medicine better or things like that? Well, probably, you started learning early forms of anatomy and everything from, like I say, tragically, we've had a lot of wars over the over the time of man. There's been plenty of, folks exposed on battlefields and stuff. I mean, that's like learning early anatomy. So,
yeah, and I think
you're not impressing me.
Just to put it in context as well, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that Galen, who was the kind of, I don't know, prerequisite Greek, or was he Greek? Probably Roman or Greek person, also did dissections. So I think all of this knowledge was known in the, whatever it is, second century AD. So 500 years before this guy even missed or just recognized some parts of embryology, then it was already Greek knowledge or Roman knowledge. So I think it's more
Egyptian,
likely.
yeah.
More likely, and that would have been in Alexandria as well, presumably, those books.
They found things of,
found
repairing broken bones, fixing teeth, wounds and stuff and all this. And so they had, some understanding of fixing things and anatomy. And of course, making mummies and everything, probably learned a little bit about anatomy, taking all the stuff out and everything.
So fellow embryologists called Keith Moore's claims ridiculous claims, pareidolia run amok and swamping out actual scientific information for the sake of propping up useless superstitions. He wrote a book called The Developing Human, Clinically Oriented Embryology with Islamic Additions.
Right.
That tells you how the Quran,
Thank you. Thank you there, dear doctor, whatever. That's what I said. It's pareidolia, and it's associating something with. So even if we grant that they did say, hey, that little fetus and something we just, did in for dinner kind of looks like a leech, right? Yeah. And because you knew what a leech looked like because you had one on your leg last week. So this is not divine knowledge, even if it is actual, not just guesswork, but things that they actually, had, done in for dinner and stuff, right?
Kentucky Fried Fetus.
It's impossible that anybody at the time of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam knew such as this. Therefore, he said this Quran must be from who? Allah.
Again, no. Predates it by a long time and
at least 500 years.
Yeah, not even close. Common knowledge.
And he said the word in Arabic, Allah. So please, if you're going to preach to me from your scientific point of view, please use your own testable evidence.
Okay.
Maybe you never heard of the Quran before.
I've heard of it before.
Maybe you don't know in Surah Al-Rahman 55, verse 33. He talks to us about the other side, away from ourselves, to the universe. And beyond.
This is going to be about heavenly realms equate to outer space or something.
Anyway, it says, "O you assembly of jinn and mankind."
Yeah, see, there's jinn and there's mankind, and jinn are like the spirits.
Okay. Wow.
Go
this
ahead.
Stuff sounds batshit crazy to me. I don't know.
Okay, so it says here that particular thing is, "O assemble of jinn and humans, if you can penetrate beyond the realms of heaven and earth, then do so. But you cannot do that without our authority."
Right.
Very convincing. I think that is a pretty convincing argument.
Yep. You cannot go into space without Allah's authority.
And try to go through the layers, the zones of the atmosphere of the heavens and the zones of the earth, and try to get out beyond that. Go ahead, try to go to outer space. Go.
We did.
Go to the moon, for instance.
Yeah.
Mars, we got probe rovers driving around, and we've got a probe going around a bunch of planets right now. There's Jupiter and Saturn and all kinds of ones. And they just launched 2 new rovers or probes to go to the moon. We got all kinds of stuff.
Don't forget about the Voyagers. They're way out past the solar system.
Yep, they've left the solar system, and we've got Elon's car out there driving around. Don't forget.
Yeah. With David Bowie in it.
With David Bowie.
Go ahead. But you will never transgress those zones and those layers ever. You're never.
And wait a minute, ever? Okay.
We're going to go to outer space. Illa bi sultan. Except by a mighty power and authority.
Okay.
Woo, right. Woo, 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 woo.
You can't ever, again, you can't ever go to outer space unless, it's like, no, wait, you can't do it unless, it's like, so you can do it, right? Okay.
And the English word sultan is from sultan. It means authority or power.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you a question. Sir?
Right.
Professor? Hello?
Hello.
Hello, Professor,
Hello.
sir.
Hello. We're here. Okay.
You with us? Sir, when you buy your fuel for your car, how do you buy it? Well, what do you mean? How do you buy it? What quantity? Well, I buy it by the liter. Okay, in the United States, they buy it by the gallon. Yes, and what's your point? Well, it costs a lot of money, sir. Yes, it does. But do you know whenever at NASA, when they buy fuel for those rocket ships to put them in outer space and to put those satellites up there, they don't buy it by the liter. They don't buy it by the gallon. They buy it by the ton.
Oh, yeah, no. I see now.
They're not putting gasoline in the rockets.
I see the Leach argument is absolutely right because we use Arabic words. Do you know?
Proves Leachism.
Do you know when we go home and you have a drink, you drink alcohol? Therefore, Allah.
No, Muslims can't drink alcohol.
Oh,
okay. Yeah. I figured out why I like Christian bashing better than Muslim bashing. These guys scare me. I mean, this is. I'm gonna have nightmares. Fuck. Huge fetuses and leeches.
And they fill up those huge cylinders that they attach to the side of the rocket ship.
Yeah, and it's not gasoline.
Yeah.
You know, there's not a ding, 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 ding watching your credit card run up. It's not gasoline. It's not.
There's a reason why they call it rocket fuel. It's rocket fuel. It's fuel for rocket.
Yeah, it's usually a combination of things with oxygen that.
Liquid oxygen. I'm sure
I don't know shit about rockets. Hydrazine, is that one of them? I don't know.
Yeah, there's a couple of different ones. I think that. What is it, an oxidizer and an activator or something like that they call them?
Yeah. And then when they light it and it goes up, so much fire comes out. So much, what? What comes out?
Stars come out.
Water.
So much power coming out of there to lift.
Oh, all you need is a big enough rocket.
Yeah. So much power.
Oh, wow. It's almost like if you figure out the rocket equation on how much thrust you need per, ton that you're lifting, there's a rocket formula, they call it. And once you figure that out, you can beat the never ever leaving. What a quinkadink. What a quinkadink, right? It almost aligns with the same time that we invented rockets.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm thinking about it, of course. The Quran. It said F equals ma 1,000 years before Newton.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually a Sultan leak lifting the rocket up.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Sultan
so there you go. I'm left speechless that this is rocket technology in the Quran. Is that the argument?
I don't. Yes.
Okay.
That thing up, and then when it gets up there, they throw away those cylinders because they're through those layers now. They don't have to do that anymore. When it gets up easier, then little small jet, boom, and send it up.
Oh no, he's doing the Trump thing.
And a little jet, and they shoot it up. Boom. This is space. This is space travel by Jim Bob here. Okay.
But when did this come? This didn't come last week, did it? It wasn't Newsweek last week. It didn't come out in Life magazine in 1950. It didn't come out in Collier's magazine in 1930. This came in the Quran 1,400 years ago in the desert.
Oh,
to a man who didn't know how to read nor write.
I love it. Unfortunately, they decided not to use that information and to wait until a completely different race of people decided that we'll invent the rocket.
Right.
Okay. Rocket science in the Quran.
And all the Quran is saying, obviously, is that, to do these great things is by the hand of God. That's all it's saying. This This is stretched very, very thin.
About as thin as you can get it. And also the consequences. I mean, like, to say that this was in the Quran and then just nobody bothered to use that information to make a rocket.
Right.
I mean, it's just like, well, we are dumb. That's what happened there. You see, we read the Quran, but we just thought, nah, rockets.
And I'm pretty sure there was a lot of another faith that was involved in the rocket program, wasn't there?
I'm pretty sure there was.
So
I think it was
they must have got it from their book, right?
Started with an N, I think, and happened in Germany first.
So
the Quran,
but these other books, if they were following their holy text, though, right? They must have got it from there because they invented the rockets, right?
There you go.
The Quran mentions that Allah sends down water, rain from the sky. That's one scientific fact. It mentions the creation of humans in the wombs of their mothers in stages. It mentions that. It mentions the sun moving in an orbit. Iron in meteorites. That would be a good one because, if you pick up a meteorite, oftentimes it's just iron. Let's see. Quran mentions meeting of the seas. Oh, now that one. Now
I think he's going to do that one.
That's not good.
That's
not a good one. As I remember it, it actually says something
transgress the bounds, the layers and zones of the earth and the heavens, and go out into outer space if you can, and you can't until you have this authority from Allah and this power that's going to get you up there.
Okay, so Allah granted that we could fly rockets.
I see.
Once we invented them. Okay.
Allah granted to atheists to be able to go up there and find out that he doesn't exist. I see.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
That makes sense.
Who said that? Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Well, son, I still don't see your point. I don't get it. It's all right.
I'm with him. I don't get it either. Where's Scott at? Scott. We don't get it. You got to get your
don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't get what you put down.
It must be in those books. It must be in those books somewhere at that highfalutin university.
In those books, yeah.
Fancy.
So is he basically conflating the word power as an authority and power as in burning rockets and with
somehow yes.
And so authority and physics power, he's confusing those. Is that what he's doing?
If you can understand science enough, you can overcome the command of never ever being able to go into space.
That's just bullshit.
Yeah.
That's also something we say in Texas and Arkansas.
And again, you can grant, your God allowed it. Well, anybody again could just say, my God allowed it to happen.
Yeah. That's a feature of.
I allowed it to happen.
Yeah, and Brainless allowed it to happen. Yeah. It was about the time that I was born when they were doing these going to the moon and everything. So it must have been because I was born, right?
I wonder if that's how Muhammad got to the moon. Perhaps.
Thanks for allowing it, Dave. By the way, thanks for allowing it.
You're welcome.
Perhaps his horse had a rocket up his ass.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the Hawaiian shirt guy argument. He was asked what would prove evolution to you, and he said if a cow was born with a jet engine on its back.
Oh, beautiful!
There you go.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Sir, we'll go slow for those who are not paying attention.
Oh, here we go. I'm slow again. Oh,
thank you so much.
We're going
Speaking
slow.
of being called slow, remember Wayne said I was slow, the toaster guy? And you've all been manifesting, I hope, because I'm thinking next week we're going to revisit Wayne because I had more Wayne videos we didn't get to, okay?
Yeah.
So your homework out there, everybody watching this later, whatever, make sure you're manifesting all week. Get in communal entanglement with your ketchup bottles, named Fred or not, and your toaster, and there's this universal consciousness or something we're supposed to all be aware of by the time Wayne said, if not by your 50s, that you must be slow. And sadly, I'm in my 50s, so Wayne really, stuck a dagger in my heart and said I'm slow because I haven't manifested with my toaster yet.
Wayne is going to be a breath of fresh air compared to this son of a bitch.
So I think,
Also, a little bit sexist to say manifesting. I think it should be person-festing.
Person-festing?
Right.
Okay, we'll go with that. We want to be fair here. Absolutely. All right. So, I think that's, we'll go back and see what Wayne has to say, because there was more material there, and I had a good time. And so I said before, I've got a lot of extra material for some of these ones, because I always have extra material. So we're going to revisit some of these ones, and Wayne's been about a month, and I figured, a month is a fair shake, right, to try to manifest, like Brainless was talking about. If you have the radio on, try to think of a song and see if it comes on the radio, okay? If you're out driving in your car, you got your headset on, you got your phone, earbuds, whatever you're doing, you're listening to music on a random play even. You could try that, right? Just turn the shuffle on or something and see if the song you like or want to hear, whatever you want to put it, comes on, okay? Because according to Wayne, you can manifest these things. If you're at the store and there's not a parking spot, just manifest one opening up right in front of you. And a car or whatever vehicle should move right out and give you an awesome parking spot. So you can try these things.
I tried that, but they distracted me because all these people were honking behind me while I was manifesting. And I tried manifesting, and they got pretty irritating.
They're saying, "Hey, old man, why are you driving so slow with your blinker?"
I'm manifesting.
Hey,
manifesting, you bastards.
It actually worked for me. I don't know, but I'll tell you guys now. It worked for me. I sat in front of my computer and I talked about wanting to buy a new bed. And would you believe it? Not an hour later, Amazon. I saw an advert for a new bed.
Yeah.
Amazing. So there you go. It works. Can work.
In this same book, it uses the word autad. Autad means what? Well, I happen to know that one, son. I studied some Arabic. All right, what does it mean? It means tent peg, something you stab down in the ground,
Oh, no. This is...
Tent pigs?
Oh,
tent pegs. Yeah, this one's great. You're going to love this one.
You know what I would have loved to be able to do is to overlay this one with this other Christian apologist, because a lot of the stuff matches right up, and I've said it often, I love it when different religions apologists debate each other, because trying to use the same arguments against each other kind of shows that they're very weak arguments.
This one's about mountains, Mike, just to warn you, okay?
Yeah,
keep that in mind.
See, Simos already knows. He's heard it before.
Stakes or nails in the ground. Good. It's exactly what it means. But Allah used it to describe the Jabal. What is Jabal? Well, that means mountain, boy. You're right. It means mountain. And Allah describes that the roots or the tent pegs coming down off the mountains go down deep, like tent pegs into the ground. Something that nobody knew until the last century.
Holy shit.
You're amazed, aren't you, Mike?
Oh, I'm amazed.
I can see that. I can see that.
Yeah, a mountain doesn't go down in the ground.
Actually, I heard this from a Christian too. I think
yes,
they were saying
yes. Yeah. They said there's again some word in Hebrew or whatever with the same thing that means root or root.
Don't start with that root bullshit.
The mountains have roots.
Sometimes they describe it as like a tooth.
But again, though, people were digging around mountains and digging caves into mountains, right? I mean, they kind of knew the mountains kind of went deep into the ground, right?
Well, rock. Yeah, obviously.
The rock, yeah.
The Earth is a rock, so. But like, I would have been amazed if, not if they were describing mountains. If Muhammad had been describing icebergs that way,
yeah,
and he said, "Oh, they go deep below, much more than you can see above." I would have been amazed if Muhammad had seen an iceberg. You know, being able to describe that.
yeah, because that would be outside of the understanding of everyday folks again. Yeah.
Well, certainly somebody who had never gone out of the Arabian Peninsula, right?
Right. But anybody that was out and about knew about mountains, knew that mountains were big rocks and they went into the ground.
Well, that's
again.
Yeah, no, if you think about it, right? When you're in a desert, that's exactly what it looks like.
Yeah.
The rock goes down deep under the sand.
Yep.
But if you're in somewhere like, I don't know, the Himalayas, then no, it doesn't look like it go deep underground.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, if you're anywhere where a mountain meets a river, meets the sea, then it doesn't look like they go deep underground.
Like you're pointing out, just something with information from another part of the planet. It doesn't even have to be a supernatural thing. If you could show you knew something about the other side of the planet, but they only describe their little part of the world for some reason.
Yeah.
And it's in the books of geography, and it's on our website, commercial, islamtomorrow.com. You can go see it there, talking about the Quran, the science in the Quran. Check it out.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what we're
And
doing.
what about when Allah tells us about the Bahrain?
Okay.
Two seas. Where the two seas come together. Same surah, same chapter. He tells us about that. But they don't mix.
There you go, Mike. This is the one you were mentioning, that the waters don't mix. And I've heard this argument from the Christians as well. So again, if both religions can use this argument.
Both religions are basically the same.
Yeah, right.
Same
right there,
origin.
there's a problem, right? Yeah, but it doesn't matter the origin. You're still stuck with, well, if the Christians use this argument, because I've heard it, and they're using, the Muslim apologists are using the argument, then you're still at an impasse, right? I mean,
well, then it must be right.
You haven't gotten anywhere. Okay, you both saying the same thing, right? So how do I pick and choose which one when you're both saying the same thing? Right? Because this ultimately is a matter of, your afterlife and where you're going to spend it and everything. You know what I mean? So if this is important to you to make this decision, how do you make a decision when both sides are giving you the same evidence or the same supposed evidence, right? I don't see where they're getting anywhere, because what Mike had said, I just heard this too. And I was, I think it was CMI or some just had some about this, the waters don't mix thing, and it's in the Bible somewhere. So there you go.
They can't mix.
They
And
do
when
mix.
Jacques Cousteau, the eminent scientist from France,
Oh no, don't bring Jacques Cousteau into this. Oh, that's my dude. A lot of us growing up, that's where we got a lot of our oceanography and everything, was Jacques Cousteau on the whatever channels that carried it, back in the day. That was one of our nature shows.
Oh yeah, I used to love to watch those.
Yeah.
I remember back in the 70s watching them.
Yeah, good memories, right? You're pulling Jacques into this. It's like, oh no.
72 from 70, at least 72 onward. We would watch them every time they came around, usually once a year, maybe more often. But there was great stuff. I remember, I don't know what year it was, but when they had a deep sea station where they had to fill the cabin underwater with helium as well as oxygen to keep from, I guess, getting the bends or whatever. And then, of course, they would go out into the deep sea, and it was just fascinating, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because it was like,
I'm reminiscing, guys. Sorry.
Well, he's like one of the pioneers of scuba diving, right?
That's right.
Like invented a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, helped invent the aqua lung or whatever.
He wasn't actually a scientist at all. He was an inventor of scuba diving.
Yeah. So they were always trying out the latest and greatest things to go deeper, and rebreathers and all that stuff that came out. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say he's going to badmouth him. So.
Discovered this amazing situation where the Mediterranean feeds off into the Atlantic Ocean, these two big seas coming together, but they have two different salinities, different amounts of salt, two different temperatures, two different densities, two different life forms.
Yeah.
Not the same. And when they come together, the one stays.
Just two different life forms?
I don't think that's right now.
Yeah, depending what kind of salinity you're talking about. But if it's freshwater, yeah.
And yes, at the point where they get together, like at first it doesn't mix, but like at some point they get the same temperature and they will mix.
Yeah. It's like when you can put different density materials into a glass or a bowl. If you pour them in nice and gently, it'll take a long time to mix. Of course, if you give it a little stir around, right? All of a sudden it starts mixing, right? So when it's coming out in the ocean,
this is even more extreme. This is even more extreme because this is the same substance, just different temperatures. Like
I'm just saying, if you have a little more rough seas, though,
if you have like ice water and like almost boiling water, you could still do the same thing.
Yeah,
but like the temperature will get the same, and they will end up mixing.
Ultimately,
but of course they will mix because both are tidal.
Right.
So of course they're going to mix. I mean, there's just to say they don't mix is just completely false.
And these things are always shown, like I say, when it's nice and calm, right?
Doesn't matter if it's calm.
If there was more,
tidal.
If there was if there was more of a mix going on there, though, you wouldn't even see that. It's just apparent because it's nice and calm. But there is at that barrier. You have to realize that barrier is about the same place, right? And then after that, it changes color. Okay. Well, the water keeps coming in, right? That barrier supposedly doesn't keep getting bigger into the ocean. You see what I'm saying? It stays about the same because that is the point where it starts mixing. There you go.
Hey guys, I gotta bail, so I will be listening while I'm taking a nap. So,
all right, Mike.
I hope he doesn't keep me up. I mean, this is nuts. Okay. Anyway, good night, guys.
Thanks,
good night, Mike.
Bye.
Yeah, we'll go a little bit. It is 8 o'clock, so it is up to y'all if you want to hang out. Usually I go to about 8 o'clock, but if you want to do a little more,
how much we got left?
I got plenty, but of this video, let's see. It looks like we're 40 minutes through it, so it looks like we're most of the way through this video, I think.
Well, let's see what other stupid shit you got to say.
We'll go a couple more minutes here, see what he's got.
Inside of the other, but they don't mix.
Yes, they do.
And when he got ready to talk about that, he had a Muslim on the boat with him, and he said,
"Doesn't matter.
We already know that. That's in the Quran 1,400 years ago."
And again, this could be something observed by anybody longer than 1,400 years ago. How long, Simos? How long have people been out to sea?
Oh, I mean, 2000 BC.
Well, at least, probably. Right? Yeah.
Maybe, well, at least 1,000. At least 1,000, because they've been getting Bronze Age. They're getting tin from Cornwall since the Bronze Age.
So you're 3,500 years of people going out in boats that could have seen this.
Yeah, maybe a bit longer,
okay. So this is way common knowledge. Anybody at the time that had a boat in this area would see this going in and out, right?
yeah, we won't make that then into anything. Leave it. Then when this book talks about when the river of sweet water pours into the salinity of the salt water and they don't mix. And you go to the Mississippi River and you find the same thing that it says right here. And it talks to us in here about the stars.
And again, it's the same thing. There's a certain barrier that you can see, but that doesn't change much, a little bit, but that's the barrier. And the Mississippi keeps putting water into the Gulf. The water keeps coming. It hasn't engulfed the entire Gulf, right? There's still this point, and beyond that is where it does mix. So it is neat to see in photographs and everything, but ultimately it does mix because these rivers are putting out a lot of water. The Mississippi, the Amazon, any of these big rivers are putting out a lot of water. And it's this so-called barrier is not getting bigger, right? It should be getting bigger and bigger because they never mix. That's not what happens. There's just this certain area, and then it mixes, whether it's fresh water or if it's different salinities of water, it doesn't matter. And I've seen them. There's ones like you said, Brainless, up in the cold areas where it happens. And it happens where these rivers come out into the oceans. So yes, it's common knowledge though. This is not divine in any way. I'm sorry, it's not.
It talks about the moon and the sun and the earth and everything that Allah created and describes them in detail and tells us.
Again, the sun and
not
the
that
moon.
much detail. Not that much detail, I'm afraid. And it gets those wrong because it says the light comes from the moon, which technically it comes from the sun.
So again, describing the sun and the moon. Well, we go back to Egyptians and probably earlier with religions that worship things like the sun and the moon. So this is not new knowledge either.
That the earth is doing what? Kawi. Turning. The same thing like when you'd make a turban, Kawi.
This would not be new knowledge either.
The Greeks knew that.
Yeah.
Turning. The earth is turning, and nobody believed that back then because you don't feel.
Yes, they did. They kind of had it figured out already. You're behind.
Yeah.
No.
The earth turning, do you? So we assumed that the earth was the center of the universe and that the sun was going around us, is what we thought.
It's amazing. If I could just stop there a second. I mean, I don't know this for certain, so do not take this as any kind of, knowledge on my part. This is just me, bullshitting. But it's amazing how all of these scientific things are things that the Greeks knew, and it's amazing how that knowledge was really, it couldn't have gone through Muhammad because he couldn't speak, right? So it's basically to me saying that the Quran wasn't written by Muhammad, it was written later by people who understood the Greek knowledge. So I'm just pointing that out. It's unlikely Muhammad is a book that was created by Muhammad. The Quran is a book created by Muhammad. It's more likely that 100 years later there were some people who were educated in the ways of the Greek literature, which is in fact what happened in the early caliphate once the capital had moved to Baghdad, and they had started building a library of themselves. I think that's probably when most of this stuff was put in to the Quran.
Coven there said they took him down in a live stream. He admitted he loves demon women and heaven and all these kind of goofy things. It's like, well, of course, and that's again, you can have your religion. All right. Go ahead. You can make up whatever you want to explain the universe and all the things that you want to explain. Okay. It's not a problem. And I personally don't even have a problem with it. I don't care what you do, really, as long as you don't bother anybody else with it. But what they're trying to do here is put some kind of science in there that isn't there. And that's why we're talking about it. I don't care about your religion, okay?
But it mentions that even the sun is in orbit. The earth is in orbit. How could the sun be in an orbit? But guess what we found out? It's in an orbit.
Yeah.
The sun has an orbit. It's not being still. And the earth is going around the sun the same way the moon is going around the earth. All of it's moving, swimming. And Allah uses...
Stop there. So he's not saying what the sun is orbiting. I mean, we now know, of course, it's orbiting the center of our galaxy, right? But there's no way they would have known that back then, of course. And in fact, if you think that the Earth is stationary, then it looks like the sun is orbiting. And I notice he doesn't say, we know that the Earth is orbiting the sun.
Yeah, the specifics are
That's
never there,
written.
right?
That's not written there,
right.
you know?
This, swimming. Who is telling us this? The Rabbil Alameen. The Lord.
Somebody that lives near the sea is telling us this.
Yeah, it's like it's swimming, right? Yeah, this again is what they know, exactly.
Lord of the worlds. I don't see your point, son. I didn't think you would.
Yeah,
I didn't expect you to.
No, it's too
I'm not
dumb
doing this just for you.
professional
I'm
to
reminding
do this.
It's very dumb. It is.
Myself and anybody else that can hear me, because I'm not trying to guide you.
You'd have had
If
to
your
live
Lord wants you
1,400 years ago to believe this shit.
Yeah.
He'll guide you. But he says in this book, do not the unbelievers see it? Take a look at this book.
Okay.
If it were from other than Allah, you would find within it what? Many contradictions.
No.
Well, isn't that what we do find in there?
Yeah, there is an argument, but you could also make the argument that what they often do is that the minor scribal errors don't really change anything. So I would say, though, that if there's a divine spirit behind it, everything should be consistent, but it's not. It's more like different writers were writing different things, but that's their explanation for it, I believe.
And again, these are more likely to be knowledge passed down through generations of people who really did start investigating the world, the Greeks, in other words. And it's more likely that some of their books do have contradictions in because they didn't know everything. The point is they were making steps forward one step at a time in order to achieve greater knowledge, right? And in fact, of course, on the Ionian coast, which is where most of this started, there was generations of people that were progressing scientific knowledge to the point where they came out with such things as atomic theory. And I don't see any of that in the Quran. What I see is people like Aristotle's and Pythagoras' knowledge passed down into the Arab world, which is not exactly complete, right? So that's not the naturalist way of doing it. They thought about souls, etc., etc.
Yeah, and sometimes countries, actually got along, and people, intermingled, and shared ideas and things like this, trade and everything. Yeah, so it's not all bad. Sometimes people were talking to each other and learning things. Yeah.
I would imagine most of their information actually came through different empires. I mean, it probably comes through, I don't know, maybe the Persian Empire or something like that, right? Who directly got it from the Greeks,
Hey, Mice, how you doing? Good to see you.
Oh, hey, Mice.
We're waiting. 1,400 years we're waiting.
I'm waiting.
And so far, all they come up with is some goofy websites that they put up today and take down tomorrow.
This sounds like this woman.
What? What? Goofy website?
Is it going to be gone tomorrow? It's a good thing I downloaded it.
Yeah. He knows they're going down tomorrow because that's where he gets most of his information from. I say information, I mean pictures.
It's a little ironic, right? It's a little ironic. We're sitting here having a good laugh, almost to the end of this thing. Been laughing almost the whole time, minus the part we skipped there where we got a little preaching and the repetitive thing about you can't have light without dark, heat without cold. Otherwise, we've been listening and laughing at every couple words that you've said. Yeah, pretty goofy. Pretty goofy. I think that defines it, right?
The only reason they stay there is because stupid Muslims keep passing around the wrong websites.
Well,
Our
Oh
website.
yeah, blame the stupid Muslims. Yeah.
there's
Nothing to do with the
no
Quran.
true Scotsman thing or something.
Yep.
Okay.
100%.
Right, on the other hand, is islamtomorrow.com.
But on the other hand,
Oh, it was all
my
an advert.
place, my place, it has the right stuff, of course.
The one true
Why-
website. Yeah.
Don't go to anybody else's website. You want to come to my website. Well,
Yeah, well said, Jason.
duh.
Well said.
As I believe he said earlier, duh, of course.
Yeah. Well said, Jason.
Which you're free to pass around. Alhamdulillah, I'm over it. You got to watch out for
I don't even know what
Texans,
that
by the
means.
way. You know,
That's
you're
funny.
either with us or never mind. That's another speech. So back to the classroom, and here's this boy, this young boy talking
my
to
gosh,
professors like
look at that.
paralyzed. He can't think anymore. He never heard anybody talk like that, and he keeps.
I would be paralyzed wondering what the hell you were saying too.
Yeah. I'd never heard anybody talk like that either.
Yeah. And-
Not even. I'm not even a professor.
like I say, his professor attitude seemed to come from God's Not Dead movies. I think he saw when he was still a Christian.
Yeah. Although to be fair, if I was, if I had to teach philosophy to first year students, I would hear some pretty ridiculous things, I should bet.
Mm.
I'm not even sure that he hasn't heard this kind of bullshit before from other people. Anyway, he's pointing. So
Pointing to this book and talking about the Quran. The Quran says if you're in doubt about it, bring a book like it. And a lot of times,
yeah, we've already mentioned several authors that have brought much more interesting information.
inside of the other, but they don't mix. But guess what we found out? You're either with us or not. The language of recitation in which it came, Lagu Arabiya.
Right, yeah, this is a good one as well. Okay. That just means classical Arabic.
Yeah, I was on a Muslim apologist channel, a couple of them, and I was presented with this argument: write another book like the Quran, and it doesn't make any sense. Right?
Well, it's the
If
type
you
of
write it-
Arabic that it's written in. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, supposedly that, to me, the argument is that this book is unique. Well, isn't that the idea of writing a book? Right?
Right.
If you just copy somebody else's book, it's just plagiarism, right? You didn't write a book,
Sure.
right? So I don't understand what they mean by write
Okay.
a book just like the Quran.
Yeah. Okay. So modern Arabic has a lot of like marks and things that change the meaning of the word. It's the same word, same script, I should say, but they put different marks in different places, and it changes the meaning of the word. Okay. So in order to write Arabic in a modern sense, you have to know a lot of these changes that have been made to classical Arabic, which doesn't have any marks at all.
Mm.
And it's difficult because Arabic has changed, it's difficult to use words in Arabic without those marks to express what you mean. Right? Now, it's not so the claim is that, look, this is the only book written in classical Arabic which makes sense. Right? Obviously, because it was written at a time when classical Arabic was the only thing that was written, because modern Arabic hadn't been invented yet. So obviously it makes sense that would be the book. And there isn't a lot of literature, pre-Islamic literature, in Arabic, because they didn't write. Most of them didn't write. They were illiterate, etc. So that kind of makes sense as well. But what I like is the fact that somebody went, "What are you talking about?" And this was in the middle of a debate. Somebody said, "What are you talking about?" And they went on to AI and said, "Write me some verses about,
Yeah.
in the style of Shakespeare in Arabic, in classical Arabic." And of course, the AI just went, there you go. And he went, "Well, there you go."
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, that you
There you go,
could
that's
just
it.
ask AI to do it. Yeah.
Of course you can do it, you know. So I mean, you know, this claim has been blown out of the water so many times.
Yeah, I found it very unconvincing. To me, it didn't make any sense at all. It's like, well, of course, in your style, in like you said, with all your conditions, your book is unique. Well, of course it is, because you've set up all the unique conditions for your book, right?
Kind of. As I say, the argument's a little more subtle than that. I have to give that.
Well,
the argument is that it's difficult to write in that language.
Yeah.
Right, because there are so few words in that language. Right,
that's
like
the whole idea. Why you have to know it in Arabic.
But like he said, you know, this word has 3 different meanings. Well, actually, that word has many more than 3 meanings in modern Arabic because it has lots of marks added to it.
Yeah,
it's changed the meaning yet further. Right.
I was going to point out, that he said earlier this word has 3 meanings. So.
Yeah, and that's just classical Arabic. So of course you can use that word in 3 different ways. That's
a lot of wiggle room, right?
A lot of wiggle room. So it's not difficult to write in classical Arabic. It's just nobody does it because it's not very expressive, and when it is, it's very confusing. Right, but they claim that the Quran is not confusing. It's very specific. Well, of course, it's the same thing that the people say about the Bible, right? Well, if you look at the Greek word there, it means
right.
Do you know what I mean? And they all have a different interpretation.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You're right back to. I've heard this from the Christians apologists and defenders and whatever you want to call the people that bring this up. They're using the same arguments again, that you can find these things in the Bible. So we're once again at, if the idea, we'll put all other religions aside for a moment. If the idea right in this video is Islam or Christianity, so far I've heard the same exact arguments for both sides that do not lean me one way or another to either side. You're both stating the same things are in your books that prove your book is the one true book to follow.
And this is a known fact about ancient languages, by the way, that they are inherently, hard to pin down on exact translations, because quite often the context is done by the reader, not by the language itself. In modern language, we have grammar, we have very large vocabularies, and we can easily state more accurately what we mean. But in ancient languages, it's not that way. When you have like 5,000 or 6,000 words in the language, it's very hard to express a lot of things. And that's all they're claiming, is that isn't it amazing that this language with so few words can express so much.
That's one of the things I bring up often, is when Ken Ham was told that he doesn't understand ancient Hebrew. And when he's trying to talk about these Genesis and all the stuff and everything, he doesn't understand it because he understands his English interpretation through his local church congregation via his family and everything like that. And Walter Kaiser's shaking his head the whole time, saying, you don't understand what it really says. So I completely understand, because, and Walter is a Christian, by the way, but he's a Old Testament studies, something like that. And so I understand what your point is, that you would have to understand it and the nuances again of Hebrew, because it's a simple language. So there's a lot of how it's used and everything, right? Open to a lot of interpretation. And back to, this is the same argument that you can use for Christianity.
Yeah, and the original readers would have known how the words were used in combination to give it context.
They would. That's the big problem, isn't it? Is to interpret things, especially when you add, different parts of countries can use words differently, phrases differently. What we would call slang comes in, right? All these different things, and the exact thing might be lost to time, right? So you have to, again, maybe just accept it for the for, you know, a lot of people appreciate reading these texts for the, you know, the poetry and they enjoy the literature and everything. And maybe it should just stop there, right? And stop trying to read science into it when that's probably nothing at all what they were trying to write about whatsoever, right?
That's right. And John Hudson says the ancient Greek had over 60,000 words. So that's quite a number. But of course, they had vowels, unlike Hebrew.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's by the point. Ancient Greek is known to be difficult because of this translation problem. You know.
Today, people still speak it. They still understand it.
Okay.
Bait,
no, they don't.
House. Butter, duck.
Butter, duck.
Yom, day. All of these things are known. It's right there. It's easy. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to appreciate the Quran, but if you are a rocket scientist, then the knowledge that you have for going into outer space was there 1,400 years ago.
Just nobody understood it. Just nobody understood it.
Oh, okay. Oh, man. Wow. All right. String tack way over here. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He wants to take credit for going into outer space, so I guess, you know, give him a medal or something and say thank you or something. I don't know. It sounds pretty Trumpish. Trumpish. I did it. I'm the only one that could do it. Nobody can do it but me.
And while we're on the subject of science and scientists, it was Muslim scientists 1,000 years ago that offered us the testable way to find out what is true. Who are the ones who came up with the idea of testable evidence in the first place? If it wasn't Imam Bukhari, rahmatullahi alayhi, who was it?
It was the Greeks.
Yeah.
Test the evidence before you put it down. Did he do that? Yes or no? Test the evidence. The evidence you...
Yeah, like you said, a lot of things were coming out of that time from the Greeks. And
yeah, naturalism was an idea, kind of. I can't remember the exact dates of it, but it's got to be like 400 or 500 BC, somewhere around there.
And once again, these are claims of things that are not known, couldn't have been known, only could have been known when the Quran was written. And again, 50 years maybe between the time that the revelation to Muhammad, right? So it's still, you know, close to that time. So it's 1,400 years ago, or 1,400 AC, or 1,400 years. So you got 1,400 and another 1,000, another 2,000 years. How many times now? You're talking 2,000 and 3,000 years. These things have been known. Even if we give the stretch of it to some of these, give them 500 years. 500 years is a long time for people to spread this information around. It's no way. I haven't seen anything close to not understanding any of this stuff 1,400 years ago.
Specifically, that the Muslim philosophers were famously used to write treatises on people like Aristotle and Greek writers. So they would find the books and then they would digest them, learn the knowledge, and then write like their own book, their own treatise on what they and some of them in whatever 900 AD, 800, late 800s, early 900 AD, some of them actually advanced that kind of knowledge that the Greeks have been working on. So, I mean, it was through that golden age, as they call it, of Islam, that knowledge found its way back into Europe in order to spark off the, what's called the Renaissance, I think they called it at the time. But it was a period of time of humanism and naturalism and science learning.
In Scotland Yard uses the same premise that was set out by our great imams 12 to 1,300 years ago. The same way.
Scotland Yard follows the principles in the Quran. All right, that's interesting.
They rate you on the internet to determine your credit worthiness on eBay is based on the same premise that these.
Your credit rating?
Credit ratings. Yeah, they used to do that back then on the internet.
Okay. All right. I need more string and more tax, please. Thank you.
Scholars use to test the riwayah, the chain of narrators, to show us which hadith are real and which ones aren't.
And if you don't know, hadith is separate from the Quran. Okay, these are separate writings.
Yeah, they're the writings based on the Quran or other information.
And the confusing part is that the Quran is supposed to be complete and the final word of God, but then there's some more books. So, and
some
then
of which they accept, some of which don't. Some people don't accept the hadiths. Some Muslims don't. Some Muslims do.
Right.
Some Muslims only accept certain types of the hadiths. It's very much like Christianity.
But just
when you get to that stage.
Just to be clear, yes, some of the things you'll hear, and then if you hear back that's not in the Quran, that could be correct because a lot of things can be cited from hadith writings that are not in the Quran. So just to be clear. And yes, there is disagreement on which hadiths to follow and which to not follow, just like other religions have texts that they disagree on which texts they follow and which they don't.
Well, it's same with Judaism,
Yes.
specifically, and also Christianity with the early church fathers, right? Augustine, Origen, etc., etc. They all wrote on theology, right? Aquinas, you know.
Ijazah of Quran is an evidence in itself of what? The science of testable evidence. And you never had a university whatsoever like you have today until you copied it from the universities in Spain when it was under Muslim rule.
Yeah, that's false as well. I mean, there were definitely academies, as they were called in Greece, right? And they go back a long way. Plato, obviously. Academy. Epicurus also had an academy. Aristotle had an academy. Just to mention a few of the Greeks that they copied it from. Again, this claim. Also, another one while we're here. Sorry, Roman numerals.
Oh.
Roman numerals are not Roman. They're not Roman at all. They're Indian. Just another thing that they copied and claim to be their own. In fact, they have a history of anything they find. They just claim it's theirs and they invented it.
Trees dropped me a link. Yeah, that's a friend of Joe over at the Kentucky Atheist. They had to go around with that guy. He is special. Stay away from him. If you try to make a video about him or anything, he'll try to start trouble and everything. He's very peculiar. So fair warning. Yeah, Joe had problems with that individual, and let's see. I think Nara the Atheist, is that what it is? Nara did a video about that person. If you want to go check that out, yeah, very interesting. Yeah, thanks, Trees.
And you never even knew what a university like this was until you visited Iraq and saw them there. And when you visited Cairo and saw what's still today the oldest university still operating on earth, Al-Azhar. Alhamdulillah, Allah let me go.
Okay, that's great. You had a university. What is that?
Well, I mean, did they call it a university? Not sure. If they're talking about the Library of Alexandria, that was also a kind of university, but you know, it was certainly an academy of types.
Does the building? Yeah, does the building make it a place of learning? Right.
Well, so. What do you call it? Was the word university? Let's find out. Let me find out.
And be there and sit with the ulama. And when I'm going to use the word ulama, say ulama.
Ulama. Okay. What's the root for the word?
Ulama. A person who has knowledge is a alim.
It's an alumni when you have knowledge. So roots of words don't really mean anything.
Exactly. I mean, just because it's a root doesn't mean
right
anything.
It's like,
that word is used like at a particular point in time, what it's used for, in what context, what connotations and denotations does it have.
It's like saying it goes back to Latin. It's like, ooh, it goes back to Latin. Ooh, it's like, oh, so what, right? It's just the root of the word. It doesn't mean anything about other than that's the root for the word. Somebody decided to use this word, and other people decided, you know what? I like that word. It describes that thing there very well. So I'm going to use that word as well. It's okay. Right. It's not divine. Oh my gosh. This is not divine. It's just not.
Okay. This is interesting. Okay. So university comes from the Latin word universus, meaning whole, entire. So think of a university as being a sort of world of its own, an institute of education or higher education where you live and study. Okay, well, I would put forward that that was exactly what the garden it was called. I'm forgetting. I'm blanking on his name, but the garden I can't remember the guy's name. But anyway, that's an ancient Greek one for 200 years BC, at least 200 or 300 BC. Plato also had somewhere. So again, all of those, just calling it a university and saying it's the first thing to be called a university is not impressive, right? Because like people stayed at the lived at the Library of Alexandria and taught there. So I mean, that dates to whatever 300 BC.
And he's just trying to own the words here or something too. It's okay. I'll grant you the words. It still doesn't mean anything.
Well, he's right in the sense that Bologna, I think he said, well, he didn't say, but he said in Spain, Bologna is one of the oldest universities. Like
Bologna, all right.
is 11th century, and Cambridge is 12th century, and I think Paris is early 12th century. So there isn't a lot of difference between those.
Right? And what do you call somebody who graduates from a university if you don't call him a what?
A universalist.
Somebody graduates, he's a alumni. From what word? Oops.
This is not a gotcha.
It's got Al in it.
I'll grant you the word. It doesn't mean, okay, you invented the word. Good for you. A lot of people invented words. Good for them. I appreciate it because we're using words right now. They're very handy things. So thank you. I'll give you a pat on the back for inventing a word. Okay? That's not divine. This is not divine. You invented a word. I will grant it to you. Doesn't mean anything other than you invented a word.
Ooh, and it doesn't come from that anyway.
It doesn't come from that anyway.
It's Latin. It comes from alia.
So maybe you're fibbing too, just to take credit for something that doesn't mean anything to try and say, ooh, to your audience that isn't stopping to think, what difference does it make where the word comes from?
Now you know. And
now I
they
do
still
know.
wear the long black robe.
Oh, okay.
And it's not Latin, it's Arabic. Alumni from Alim. And the long black robe.
It's not from Alim.
Where did it come from? And go to Turkey right now and watch the imams. When they're going to lead Salat, they go in their little cubby hole and get their little cap and put it on. Then he gets his black robe, and he's wearing the same one they're wearing today in the university.
Oh, man.
Aloe. Right.
Okay. Because you wear a robe when you graduate. Judges wear robes, too. Wearing a robe is kind of a ceremonious thing, and they've changed. If he's trying to compare any robes, I mean, what period is he talking about, right? they've changed, and different cultures have different types of robes. So he's just picking out, again, a robe that, a picture of a robe that matches what he wants for this argument. But robes come in all kind of styles. I don't understand this one at all. Right?
You understand the rest of his arguments?
No, this is one more I don't understand.
Just clarifying.
Yeah, it's like saying that, a style of shirt, right, that you like, it also looks like a style of shirt they had 1,000 years ago. Mm-hmm. And you're like, okay, well, maybe that style of shirt's still popular, right? What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. He's not getting anywhere again. It's like, you're not going. This is supposed to leave atheists speechless, with the idea being that, okay, you got me, you know what I mean? I'm going to convert, right? Or leave something. I mean, but again, if I'm sitting here, and mostly he's, like I say, we'll just say set up between Christianity or Islam. Either way, I'm not going to go either way, because your arguments are not convincing. Some of this stuff is just silly. Roots of words doesn't mean anything. Using the same arguments about natural occurrences like earthquakes or water not mixing or celestial events. All these, again, are in not only those religions, but we can include a lot of others without mentioning them all, because it's too long of a list. This is not getting anywhere, right? This is just, it does. I don't see the point. There's no point here.
Because they're copying the way of the scholars of Islam 1,000 years ago.
That's all you're doing, is copying a lot of garbage. That's all you're doing. I'm sorry, sir. That's all you're doing.
Wow.
All right.
Okay.
That's all you're doing.
I've just found a little more information, actually. So the prefix al is Proto-Indo-European, and it means beyond. So it actually comes from, that's Proto-Indo-European, probably 2000 BCE, whatever. Yeah. That comes right. Also, it says there's a Proto-Germanic word as well, Allah, which old meaning all.
So yeah, it just becomes the pure silliness.
Which means the whole.
Try to take credit for a word that you can't take credit for, to prove that your book is divine, which it doesn't in the first place, because it's just a word, and you're cheating to get there. So,
well, it's interesting. I mean, it seems like Arabic is a Latin-derived language. That's what that seems like.
But there you go.
I don't know if that's true or not.
I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. But again, it doesn't matter where the word came from. That's like, we use Arabic numerals, right? Okay.
We don't. No, they're Indian.
Well, yeah.
Not bad. Straight away. Sorry, Dave. Go on.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. We're speaking English right now. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't see his point with this. There's no point to this.
You want to talk to me about testable evidence? We'll talk all day long, as far back as you want to go.
No.
Good, sir. Do you know anything about algebra? Of course I do. Good. Okay. What does it mean? Well, it's the science of using a number that's represented, it's an unknown number represented by a letter. Who thought it up?
Euclid. Well, actually, it was probably Pythagoras. But Euclid was the one that's famous for it, of course.
I don't know. Algebra. It's Arabic. It came from the Muslim scientists. What about the numbering system? Isn't it called the Arabic numbering system? And who thought it up? Who came up with a zero? The Muslim scientists right here in India.
Oh, Muslim scientists in India.
In India. Okay, there you go. He covered it. Good job. He covered it.
Yeah, no, that's not true either. It's
Only they called it
Sanskrit.
Arabic because they didn't want to call them Muslim. So they said anybody became Arabicized. They didn't want to say they became Muslim. And how do you account for the fact that every single one of these evidences here is irrefutable and there's no mistakes in this book?
What? No mistakes?
what?
I'm not that well
Hubris.
on,
That's how
on
I
that
explain
book,
that.
but I'm pretty sure it has about the same number of mistakes as that other book. That's basically the same book,
It seems so. Yeah.
or at least the same story with different names.
So what's the
Yeah.
timestamp on his audio file here?
This is
How long left? How many more minutes left in this?
this is
particular-
46 minutes.
Oh my gosh. He's making people sit through 46 minutes of this
He's
slut?
getting paid for
Well,
it. He's in
yeah, the
India,
whole
by the
thing
way.
is it's really long. I didn't need to find a lot of. I've got 2 videos from him, other than that little shorty.
Well,
I
what I'm
just
just saying
grabbed
is
another
I
one,
can't
but-
believe anybody would sit through this stuff that long. Like if they were in a, well,
Yeah.
I know he doesn't preach, quote unquote, at a church, quote unquote, but it just seems like, man, their butts must be hurting.
They're
And they
90
look
minutes. They're 90 minutes or more. His
Oh,
full length ones. Yeah.
I wonder if he's just doing it in a studio. He's just yelling at a microphone.
No, this is when he was in India. So he's in India on a tour or something.
Yeah, and he's sitting in front of a lot of people. I think I've actually seen this video where this is taken from.
Yeah, I say he is a big name, for whatever credit that is, right? Like I said, he does have a way about him. He seems, to charm the crowds, and personality goes a long way when the audience is having a good time. A lot of things, they don't stop to think about. You know what I mean? You get some good digs in on this, and other ones know it. Ken Ham and Hovind, all the rest of them, they all know it. If they can get some good digs in on some scientists, like, oh, do you believe you related to a banana, or whatever the arguments they want to use, and you can get some good laughs out of the audience and everything. Oh yeah, haha, isn't that funny? Not really paying attention too much to the nonsense you're pushing. And, they're going to drop something in the donation box, right? Mission accomplished. There you go.
Yeah, that's all. That's all what it's about, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
Sweet donation.
Yeah.
Just to confirm again, I'm sorry to do this, but numbers 1 to 9 are Sanskrit derived. They come from Sanskrit, so
Okay.
that's BC again, and the 0, it comes from the actual symbol as well, not just the idea, but the symbol comes from an Indian grave. I think it is in somewhere in like 400 BC, 400 AD rather, where somebody actually wrote out a date with a 0 in it. So, and they used the right symbol. It's not just an underline. Before that, people had been using an underline, or just a gap. In fact, people first started using a gap for 0, but then they realised it was
So
a bit
that's
confusing. So then they
that's
put an underline there instead of a 0, and then
that's 1,000 years difference then.
no, it's like 300 years different before
Okay.
the actual symbol 0 was invented.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Right, people had been using a gap, and like I said, after a while they realised that wasn't good. So, like in Babylonia, I think they used a gap, so that wasn't very close. So, they started using like an underline for a 0 later on.
So when they call it Arabic numerals, that's just like slang or something when you hear them say.
No, that's we got it through Spain, right? With the people in the Renaissance started using this new numbering system, and it came through the philosophers and the mathematicians from what they called the Golden Age before the Muslims started persecuting knowledge, and that's why it was called in Europe Arabic numerals. But the Arabs got it themselves from Sanskrit.
Right, there we go.
India. Yeah.
And that's how I name my dogs, too. My dogs have Sanskrit names.
Wow. Okay.
My dogs are Balin and Hari. They're both Sanskrit.
Okay. What does that stand for? Or what does that mean?
Balin, I believe, was the big and powerful because he's a lab. He's a big dog. And Hari has a thing about green eyes. And it's a chocolate lab mix. So he's kind of got those green-yellow eyes. And Hari kind of sounds like Harry, like Bigfoot. So
it's a good reason as any. It's a good reason.
So he's Hari, not instead of Harry, it's Hari. You hit it opposite. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's Hari and Balin, and before that, his brother was named Ravi, which meant something about the sun because the day we got him was a rainy day. So we thought we would name him about a sunny day. So it was, so his name was Ravi. So yeah, I go to the Sanskrit, and my wife's cat is named Satis. And Satis, I don't remember what it means, but that's Sanskrit too, because you go to look for names and, you want to have a little unique names and stuff, and not everything, is always easy, especially like going to baby names and stuff. And it's like, I didn't really want to name my dog Ralph or Steve or, you know what I mean? So, so I went to Sanskrit, and they have a lot of interesting ones because they have a lot of words that have, again, different meanings for it, right? So you can find a lot of Sanskrit words that'll fit, a range of things, so to speak. So it's kind of cool for finding names and stuff.
Okay. Well, if you take the name Harry and translate it to Dutch, you pronounce it Harry.
That's close.
Pretty cool. That's really close.
Yeah. And so it all kind of, sometimes things just fit, right? It's like, so and that's, and with us, we always kind of give it a little time, you know what I mean? You think about it for a day or two, and you kind of, you look at them, you know what I mean? Does it suit them, right? You know what I mean? And
English actually does have a connection to Sanskrit. It's a derived language, so we get a lot of English comes from Latin, of course, because it's a Romance language, and Latin is heavily linked to Sanskrit. A lot of the words are the same, except for some of the consonants get changed. They're very basic words, so they obviously come from the same language family.
Yeah. I that's why I say I like it, because, like you said, it can mean a lot of things. So you can type in different keywords and you get a variety of them that mean maybe about the same thing, but are different words. So, and I like, somebody told me a long time ago, one of your response helpful things with a dog is to have 2-syllable names. So I've always named my dogs 2-syllable names. So I look for 2-syllable words also. So it's like, if you give a command, you say the dog's name like Hari, and then you say sit, right? And then so you got the 2-syllable and the 1-syllable, right? So that was my basic dog training. So that's one of the things I always throw in there in the search is 2-syllable words. So there you go. That's how I do it. I don't know how you do it, but however you name your pet, that's how you do it.
Okay, back to
Let's see what he's got to say here.
Go ahead. Show me. I brought something that's testable evidence.
No, you didn't.
It even tells me that people like you, who don't want to believe, whether I warn you or warn you not, la yu'minun, you're not going to believe because Allah has placed a seal on your heart.
Oh, no. Is this like hardening the heart? Oh.
Yeah.
So So I'm doomed, okay? Because God is making me not believe.
Oh wait, so he doesn't want us to love him. Okay, good.
Yeah,
good.
there
Then
it is.
Why are you upset with us that we don't believe? Because apparently your God doesn't want us to believe. So fuck off and go play somewhere else.
Which actually doesn't sound like the most merciful thing to do, funnily enough.
You're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness, as the Christians apologists would say, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, weak again. And if I grant you that it's the same argument as you're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness, I'm right back to what I've been saying through this whole review now. You're not distinguishing yourself any way from the Christian arguments using the same arguments. So if hypothetically you're trying to win converts to your side, you and the Christians, if that was my choices, and again, a lot of other religions can be thrown in, but if I have these two here trying to convince me, come over here or come over here, because they're two of the big religions in the world, right? You haven't gotten anywhere. You're both using the same arguments that we've heard. Mike said it earlier. He just saw a video about this argument from a Christian apologist. So I've said it before. They're using the same arguments, which makes the arguments weak in themselves, because if they can use them, anybody can use them. So now there's like 300 religions or something being practiced in the world or something, probably more. I don't know. Let's say there's 300 of them. Okay, well, they can all make the same exact claims. So you have 300 religions to pick from that can all say the same exact thing. Doesn't get you anywhere. If you're sincerely seeking to save your soul or worried about hellfire or these things, you're not helping, right? Is my point. You're not helping me win, because if I decide Islam or Christianity or another one, in the end, it's all about what's going to happen to you after you die too. That's the big one, right? You're either going to go to the good place or the really, really, really bad place. So this is, if you take this all seriously, it's a very important thing. And you're not winning anybody over when both sides are using the same arguments. And again, I've said, this is why I like watching debates between different religions apologists, because it's entertaining. They have to get creative, because using the same arguments back and forth is going to sound really silly. They're going to say, my book says, and the other one's going to say, well, my book says, nah, 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 right? And it's going to descend into silliness. And this is all I've seen. I haven't seen anything. First of all, I haven't seen anything that isn't different than the Christian apologists use. And secondly, I haven't seen anything, and Simos has pointed out repeatedly here, thanks Simos, the dates for these things do not make them divine. It makes them known at the time. So there you go.
He placed the seal on your hearing. He placed the seeing over your seeing.
Then there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. If they harden your heart like the Bible says, then God is preventing me from believing. Okay. What am I supposed to do about that? If this is part of the plan or something, right? Okay. Then we're just pawns in the plan, and there's nothing we can do about it. Right, Brainless?
Yeah, we are. We're just pawns and
pawns in the machine, right?
And they're just playing with us. Like
that's
I don't like God's playing with me. Like if it was like Drizilla or Delicious Danish, yeah, I'd be down for that. And never
yeah, this is just terrible, and this is supposed to leave or that no, this is actually making the statement. This left atheists speechless. Where did he leave them speechless at? That's where I want.
Well, at certain points, he said such dumb shit that it kind of made me speechless. Like, what the fuck you saying?
It's like when Cartman broke his laugh muscle because he laughed so hard. Your voice just goes out at a point.
Who did that? Your Creator, because you don't want to know him. And until you want to know him, you're not going to know him, because He doesn't need you.
Well, again, though, if he's hardening my heart, so to speak, there's nothing I can do about it. How am I supposed to undo him, making me blind and deaf and everything to the revelation or whatever? What am I supposed to do about it?
There's nothing you can do about it. Only the Muslims can do something about it. And we know what they like to do with people that don't believe.
Same as other religions, right? Yeah.
Yeah, if I could suggest not looking like
et cetera, et cetera.
If I could suggest not looking like a girl, might be a good start.
Mm-hmm. Don't shave because you'll look like a girl.
Yeah. Become a monkey.
I can't tell you how many times when I used to shave, and I've only got the thing on my chin here, but when I used to shave my face, all completely, including the little thing on my chin here, I would often get mistaken for a woman. It was
really.
I can't tell you how many times that they wanted to sell me
you know what,
products and hold the door for me and ask me for my phone number, all kind of things. It was really.
If I shaved my face really good. If I shaved my face really good and let my front bang kind of drop down in a little curly Q, people would say I look like Superman.
There you go.
I would say that
so
never
you're
really
Superman.
That never happened to me. That only when I used to go down the docks. That's when people used to think I was.
Yeah, well.
But then I had to earn a living somehow.
That's right. $20 is $20.
Well, no. Like with what he's saying now, like if I wasn't this tired, I would go upstairs and fucking shave, and not just my face. And do realize, people, I got shoulder long hair, so.
And this is just not a Muslim thing either. There's a lot of the other faiths have the things with not shaving. It seems to be a thing that when you join certain religions, and there's numerous ones, you don't shave.
Should not take care of yourself.
So
I think that's
whatever.
Part of that is just showing what group you belong to.
Oh yeah.
Well, I like a righteous beard. So there's some really nice beards out there. I mean, there's some awesome and mustaches too. They do the wax thing and all that.
Usually they do have a certain style of beard.
Yeah.
For instance,
or hair.
For instance, the Sikhs don't cut their hair at all, and most of them have like 6 foot long hair. You know what I mean? Like way down. So, because they don't cut their hair at all, they just keep growing it and growing it.
Well, I heard one of them. I forget what religion it was, but it was some type of monk that was said that they stopped doing that because they can feel the hair being cut or something, and it's all part of their aura or whatever you want to call it. There's some kind of thing, and they had this deep explanation going on about why they didn't cut their hair, and it was like, wow, okay. I just thought you just let your hair grow, but I guess there's more to it than that.
Well, no, because they wear it in a turban.
Yeah.
So, that it's always up. Do you know what I mean? But they just wrap the turban around the hair and then wrap that around the hair.
But what I never understood is then you got the opposite with the monks that shave their heads, right?
Yeah.
So,
but like you're saying, it's just a matter of religious preference, right? Really.
Yeah. So once again, okay, to be really, really religious and very devout, I should either not cut my hair or I should shave my head.
Yeah. You should either have very long hair or no hair
or no hair
or a lot of hair on everywhere else but your head or no hair.
Well, Hovind style is a nice little man's haircut parted on the side. You know what I mean?
There you go.
Every nice little haircut there. So that's a good little, quote, Christian little hairstyle, right? Nice.
Yeah.
Nice little haircut there. So, and then of course you go back to some of the Old Testament stuff, and there's all different things about should you have your hair a certain length or not, and your beard a certain length or not, and So it seems to be very important if we should have long hair or not, or any hair at all, or hair on your face or not, or at all, or how long it should be. So once again, which one is right? Because that's a lot of choices. I mean, and it could be, once again, if you're going to take this seriously, this is about your eternal soul, how you style your head and your facial hair. Very interesting that this is so important to your immortal soul.
There you go. It could be the difference. Anyway, we wouldn't know anyway, to be fair, because we've got hardened hearts. So, we're good.
Well, we went an hour over, so we're gonna one more listen here, then we're gonna wrap things up.
Professor doesn't have anything else to say. He's already thinking, I'm going to get this kid out of my class. That's it. Finish.
Oh,
just sit
that's
down.
it?
Oh, sir, one more thing. I just have one last question, and I'm going to go sit down.
Okay.
Good. What's your question?
Yeah.
Sir,
right.
You told us to you that testable evidence is something that you can see. That's right. Something you can hear. That's right.
Yep.
Something that you can smell or taste. Something you could feel.
Okay.
Something you could imagine. That's right. So all of these things, sir, are testable evidence to you. That's right. Sir, can I ask you one final question? Just one? Go ahead.
Here
sir,
comes.
Has anybody ever seen your brain?
Oh.
Oh my god. Yeah. In a scan, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think we need to finish there. Right on that one.
That is the one.
That absolutely typifies the standard of this guy's apologetics.
Have you ever seen your brain? Well, once again, it's ridiculous because, yes, it's possible to see your brain. It's possible to even have brain surgery while you're conscious. In fact, a lot of times they do that intentionally.
Yeah, you have to be conscious
to keep you conscious for brain surgery. Exactly. So
they can see if they hit the wrong thing.
Yep. And if you give them a mirror, you could see your brain. Right?
There you go.
There you go. So
anyway,
that argument is on top of all the other ones, a bunch of really, really terrible arguments. And I was amused.
I mean, he was a lot of fun, wasn't he? Let's face it. I mean, some of the worst apologetics arguments that we've heard so far. I think Toaster Guy next week is going to be a step up.
Yeah.
Let me just say that because this guy clearly has no idea of what science is. He has no idea of what philosophy is. And he barely understands what theology is. He started by saying it's faith. And then he went on to talk about anything but faith. So, I mean, like, really? Okay. But, there's got to be people out there. He's a grifter, like many.
Yeah. And like I said, I understand.
If you're going to grift, religion is one of the best. Go ahead, Dave.
Well, I understand. Yeah, he is. He's got a thing about him. I kind of like him. When I was listening to him, I'm like, gee whiz, all this stuff is just all this stupid stuff, But you kind of like him. And it's not because of what he's saying or anything, it's just his, like they say, your stage presence or something. And if he can get me thinking, hey, this guy's all right, he might get me listening, right? So I will give him that. He's got a thing about him that, makes me kind of like the guy, right? Just because of his, maybe his humor or something. I don't know. It's kind of weird. And the accent, kind of interesting, right? Maybe that's something, that not used to hearing a Muslim apologist with a Texas accent. It is unique. And of course, the title catches my eye because this is what I'm looking for Saturdays. And again, the title was Quranic Science That Left Atheists Speechless. And
imaginary atheists.
Here we are. Right?
I think we actually did say quite a lot.
This, we had to skip through a little bit, and we still went over just to cover the last few minutes. We stopped and talked a lot. For a moment there, We were stuck at about 10, 15 minutes for a while into the video. That was just the intro of how bad the intro was. So, yeah. And again, like I say, most of my face is shaved. I grew this just because it was something to do. I didn't feel good. I had like a flu or something, and I was down out for a while. I hadn't shaved for a while. And I was like, I kind of got something growing here. And so I just went with it. That was just the thing,
But and actually, that looked good on you.
If this, okay, if I just do this, now do I look like a woman now? You know what I mean? It's ridiculous, It's just.
Yeah, but on the other hand, that might just be the thing that gets you into heaven, Dave.
Yeah, and now I'm worried about it.
Yeah.
Or
I'm going to be up all night. I'm going to be up all night wondering, oh man, should I shave or not? Should I cut my hair? Because there's things about long hair and not long hair. And right now I got long hair, but for a while I didn't have no hair. And for a while I had just a nice little haircut going. Especially back in the days when I was courting, I always had that nice little, go to the barber and it's like, you got to do this, you got to fix, you know what I mean? It all had to be, just so and everything. So now I'm torn. Which one should I be? Because depending on the religion, or if like I say a Southern Baptist or something, I should go back to the nice little haircut. I know Ken Ham. Well, I guess him too. Hovind thinks long hair is girly, right? So.
Oh yeah, it says so in the Bible.
Yeah, it's so.
It says so in the Bible.
And now you got to have the facial hair. Or if I don't have,
you had long hair and you shaved, Dave, how much more of a woman would you feel then?
Well, I'm wondering if I shave this off, if I could get like free drinks at the bar or something. You know what I mean?
Some bars, yeah, definitely. Definitely, there are some bars.
And I wanted to mention once again, if you didn't notice, I'm wearing my new Bigfoot shirt from Cryptid Corner. This is from Bree at Hive Size. She's got merch now. Got Bigfoot, Mothman, Jersey Devil, and some other stuff over there. Link in the description. A lot of folks know I like the Bigfoot stuff, and we got a lot of Bigfoot fans out there, as well as probably some Mothman fans, maybe Jersey Devil, right? Looking to get yourself a new t-shirt. It's a nice t-shirt, soft t-shirt. Go check it out. I put a link in the description, and you help Bree out at the same time. And Bree is a friend of the channel. A lot of us see Bree every Saturday morning, and get yourself a shirt, right? So I want to help Bree out as much as possible. And of course, I couldn't resist. I had to order one right off. So you shouldn't resist either. And go get yourself some merch. And speaking of merch, with all of Joe's links in the description as well, Joe has merch too with the Kentucky Atheist on it. And I think they're getting shirts together to wear for the Ark Protest. They'll say something about the Ark Protest on it. They're working on that too. So you can go over there and get some merch too. Get yourself an Ark shirt if you plan on going. And everybody that was here tonight, and I say Mike had to drop off. Scott had to drop off. Of course, we're running late. Simos and Brainless over at Slim Cyborg's channel. Their links are all in the description as well. Make sure you like, subscribe, do all the good things over there for everybody's channels. And don't forget to subscribe to mine while you're down there doing the thing. Hit the like button. Drop me a comment. Appreciate it a lot.
Yeah,
and
comments should be like at least 7 words long.
There you go.
That's the magic number.
So seven words. Drop 7 words down there, and everybody much appreciates it if you drop 7 words. All right.
Yeah, there's a special prize if every word begins with AL.
Hey, it's got to be AL. That's right. And then
it's got to be AL. Special prize.
Then it means it's special, and it's what was the word?
Alumni.
No. For the fancy. Oh, the fancy. It's the fancy.
Oh, the fancy university.
It's the fancy university, right?
Okay.
And once again, everybody's homework is to think very long and hard about connecting with your toaster.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna revisit Wayne last week, who was explaining to us kind of a universal consciousness that involves your toaster, and we had a lot of fun with it, and I had a lot of material left. So
yeah,
I also figured we'd give everybody about a month to work on it, right? And then we would revisit it, so everybody would have a little time to work on manifesting with your toaster, because going in cold, nobody had the opportunity to actually try to manifest with your toaster. So please try. Just take a few moments. Say a kind word to your toaster. Maybe appreciate your toaster a little more. They make toast, which is, everybody likes toast, right?
Yeah, and other bread products, not just toast.
Your bagels, your muffins, all that, yeah.
Maybe give them just a tip, or maybe more.
Trumpets.
Maybe
do realize then first unplug it.
Yeah, and maybe clean out that crumb tray once in a while.
I'm going to work very hard on trying to manifest some bread. I'm going simple. So for next week, I'm going to hopefully have manifested a loaf of bread, and I'm saying this in front of my computer, so I can find out somewhere to buy it. And yeah, that's going to be me. I'm going to spend the entire show eating toast. That's my goal. See if I can achieve a higher level. Maybe just come that little bit closer to God.
Sometimes that's all I want, especially, a couple of times I had these stomach problems, and that's all I wanted was some toast, and it's quite delicious. Some things, when you have a taste for it, are quite delicious. And just even some plain toast when you're not feeling good hits the spot. So I do appreciate my toaster. I do.
Well, that's sweet.
We got a full slice.
So did you,
I do too.
That is a fancy God.
So what did you get your toaster yesterday?
My wife was using the toaster earlier. I'll have to ask her. Maybe she had a manifestation I wasn't aware of. So I'll check into it. So that's what we're gonna do next week, because it was a lot of fun, and he's still got a lot more information to share with us, I'm sure, about this universal consciousness manifestation theory that he has, because like a lot of other folks that have these theories about everything or something, that have everything all figured out, they're really interesting.
Yeah, that's weird.
And with that, I wanted to thank everybody that came by tonight. Lots of folks are here. I saw a lot of folks in the chat. We had a lot of chatters going on, input going on. Appreciate everybody as always. And thank everybody for being here tonight. And once again, we hope Joe over the Kentucky Atheist gets over this flu bug he's got soon and gets back to doing his business. If you're wondering, maybe he isn't doing this show, you know why. Okay. But in the meantime, don't forget, go to the description, get in touch with all the Ark Protest stuff if you're interested in participating or joining or going or any of that stuff. Links are all in the description. And I appreciate everybody being here, including you, Brainless and Simos. As always, a pleasure having you here. And do you have anything to say before we go?
Thanks for having us.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'd like to end just on one word. Hamdulillah. 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 Hamdulillah.
What's that, one word?
I think that's one word, yeah.
Close enough. All right. Have a good one, everybody. And we'll see you next week.
Good night.
Tales of lore knocking at the captive dash's door. Legends live within these walls. Mysteries untold will know. Legends live within these walls, silent echoes in the halls, books and stories on the floor, knocking at the captive text. Nerves are wide, hearts are keen, pages turn to seek